get up here. How I'm missing you. Programming like a bug. Everybody talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Program, 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 talk about it, program, program. Woo. Program, program. Yes, they make them earlier. I understand. I will do as you say. Abort, abort, abort. How I miss you, you, right with program is good. Program, 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 program. Follow the program. Do what you're told. You have no free will. You are my puppet on the string. Dance with me. Do as I say, not as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. Take me to your leader. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, y'all. What's up, what's up, what's up? Hey, Crystal, Kyla. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Do as I say, not as I do. Parents are such hypocrites. Knowing them kids gonna do just like you do. Shit, it's in their DNA. They can't help it. Well, hello, y'all. Hello, hello, hello. Y'all know. Welcome, newbies. I appreciate y'all. Hopefully, y'all come family. Okay. Um. Ooh, I wish I could. I really wish I could. Love Russia. Got beautiful buildings. I just showed a video yesterday. I was doing the Wiz, not the Wiz, the Wicked, the movie Wicked, and I went through the main characters and showed where they originally from And the Wiz, the Oz man, was from Russia. He has Russia in his family lineage, and Jewish to Israel, whatever. And I think that's all I showed. Yeah. What is it, YouTube? This message is here for review. I ain't said shit. But anyway, so we're doing the full moon and Aquarius for July. And during that time, happy birthday, Aquarius. But happy birthday, Gemini, because we're still in Gemini. Another air sign, your fellow brother, sister. It's going to be lengthy. I'm going to read. So if y'all want to listen, you can. It's going to be on here anyway. I think it's some really interesting stuff that I'm going to read. Is this age 94? Ooh, maybe. I hope I make it to 94. That would be nice. Kayla, me and you. Okay, I'm going to start reading. July 29th, Aquarius, full moon. Oh, today is the day. Your birthday? What's up? What's today? Tonight is the night that you make me your woman. Y'all give me some more likes. I appreciate it when y'all come in. It don't cost you nothing. Y'all just be hating on me. Okay. Aquarius 29th, July 29th, full moon. The buck moon, Aries Aquarius. Encouraging a focus on community, innovation, and humanitarian goals. Highlights the tension between personal desires and community needs, making it a powerful time for forward thinking and looking at the big picture. Your relationship with your emotions might be more complex because Moon in Aquarius has a strong need for emotional freedom. However, when you are in a group of people, it is easier for you to understand your feelings and free yourself. Free yourself from negative emotions such as fear, anger, and jealousy. Organs, the calf, the ankle, the spine, arch, I don't know what that is, ACHILLES, forearm muscles, thyroids, and hormones. No surgery during this time. I appreciate it. Thank you, boo boo. Okay, I got a lot, okay, that I'm going to talk about. I asked a question, okay, and if you looked at last night's video, you would know what I'm on, okay? I'm fast Mother Dragon, okay? I want to know why the Japanese and the Chinese people focus so much on the dragon, okay? So that's what I asked. It says dragons are generally associated with masculine activity, energy, and yang principles. They are not exclusively male, as there are distinct male and female dragons, but the dragons is primarily a symbol of masculinity, strength, royal power. Now, um, after I read this, do a reading, a movie I seen pertaining to this as well, because I love watching Japanese, Chinese movies, and I love the Russian mob music. That's my favorite thing. But then it's more pertaining. And Bobby Hemmett, I want to explain more about the dragon. Okay, Chinese masculine symbol, the dragon, long, represents the active, fierce yang, and is closely tied to the masculine and the emperor. The phoenix pairing, because of the balance of yin and yang, the dragon is frequently paired with the Feng Huang, Huang, Chinese phoenix, which represents femininity and the empress. Okay. Male and female dragon, particularly portrayed as male. Let my water go down because they mess with my throat chakra. Myths do include female dragons, mother dragons, or langmu, langmu, and underwater dragons tied to the receptive yang, yin, yin, yang, energy of water. Visual differences. According to classical folklore, male dragons could be identified by a pearl under the chin or wavy horns. Okay. Hey, I didn't have my other phone. We could have been looking at that. Brian, maybe I don't want to show my face. I'm grown. I can do what I want, Brian. Thank you. You must be young. Uh, okay, according to classical folklore, male dragons could be identified. Okay, I read that. A pearl under the chin and wavy horns. Japanese culture, masculine water deity. Japan dragon, RYU or TATSU, also represents masculine strength and is strongly associated with water and rain. Male and female traits. Dragons are both featured in stories such as the Dragon King Ryujin and his daughter. However, the core identity of the dragon as a cultural entity remains highly masculine. Visual differences. Distinguish female dragons by their tail, which traditionally holds a sensu, sensu, folding fan rather than a war club. Okay. Male in heroism and courage, Western lore dragons represent chaotic, destructive forces. Slaying them was historically used as a metaphor for a man forging solar consciousness, defeating his own shadows, and stepping into true heroism. Virtually and protection. Vitality, sorry about that, and protection. Western dragons were often villains on Eastern cultures, such as in Japan. They are viewed as guardians in Eastern cultures, okay, who bring good fortune and protect loved ones. So you might be a dragon in Vedic astrology. My daughter was that passed. Chinese, okay, culture. Man born in the year of the dragon is believed to inherit these energetic traits. Dragon men are typically characterized as ambitious, intelligent, and fiercely courageous, boasting high standards and natural leadership skills. Feminine dragon, called Dracaina, Drakaina, in Greek myth, symbolize primal nature, fierce protection, fierce protection, and the unbridled power of creation. Creation. Guardians of the earth, feminine authority. Possess the head or torso of a beautiful woman combined with a serpent's tail. ECHIDNA or DLPHYNE. They're revered, I use that, are feared as sacred feminine spirits, the mothers of monsters, symbolizing raw, untamed earth energy. Divine feminine Eastern traditions, grace and celestial harmony, fertility, creation, and balance. Balance is the universe. Okay. Let's go there. I'm trying to see what all I got at the top. The shadow self. Okay, so he was talking about um, where he said it at. it said it about the man and the shadow self. Anyway, represents the integration of one's shadow self. She calls upon you to face hidden fears, assert your independence, and embrace the wild, instinctual parts of your nature. Because of ancient us between dragons, caves, waters, and rain, feminine dragons are tied to water spirits, the subconscious, and the life giving of life, taking aspects of nature, protection protection of territory, material, fiercely intelligent, protected of broad or territory. Okay. Dragon lady in the West, called stereotype, highly assertive, powerful, or mysterious women. This they call a dragon lady in the West, call a women. Unapologetic, feminine power, anonymity or resilience. Okay. Now the movie I was watching right quick was called the 41 RONIN, and it's a Chinese, Japanese, whatever movie, and it was just kind of like it comes up whenever they sent for me to do something. So it's about. It started off Keanu Reeves. We all love Keanu Reeves. He was a boy and was running. He's supposed to be a demon. He hasn't formed it yet. So he's playing an Asian. Well, not really American, but where he ran to were a lot of Asian people. So they found him, kind of put him in a family, sort of, kind of kept him away, but they know he have gifts and they know who he is. So, of course, the emperor's daughter likes him. They grew up as children, and so the movie goes on till they was fighting this. It looked like a dragon, but it looked like a big rhino looking monster thing. So anyway, the man that's supposed to marry the daughter, he was supposed to kill this thing, but the thing was finna kill him. So Keanu Reeves grabbed the sword and he stabbed him in the heart, and the thing drugged him drugged him on the ground for he died. So before everybody came, Keanu Reeves had already gave the man the sword, so everybody thought that he had slayed it. He didn't tell anybody anything different. He didn't say a word. They just pat him on the back, and Keanu Reeves stood up there and he went on and accepted. So the next time he didn't do anything, um, they had a shape shifting. They had some people come from another kingdom, and this son of this emperor was evil as fuck. He's a trickster. So he shapeshift as a wolf with two different color eyes and watched Keanu Reeves in the wilderness. Then they came to the city, to the other, emperor where Keanu Reeves was. Keanu Reeves was in the wilderness. They kept him away from them, but they interacted. So anyway, he's seen what happened. So um, I don't come to think about it. I wonder if that's why he decided to trick them. Anyway, so they came. They were supposed to talk marriage, trade, or whatever, whatever. But the son that was a trickster, wow, he liked control. He could run his daddy. Daddy listened to everything he say, but he's clever about it. So he wanted the girl, but he really just wanted to go to bed with her and just run shit. He don't really give a fuck about marrying her. He dishonest. So he got this witch, sorcerer witch, to take the power out of him. And it was a spider came out. She pulled a spider out, and what the spider did was well, first before that, the guy that lied and said that didn't say anything, and Keanu Reeves killed the animal, but everybody thought he did. First they put witchcraft on him, because they was going to have a fight whose warriors was the best. And you know that warrior they had looked just like the I guess I thought it was a watcher that I told y'all about my dream. And when I was going down to the darkness, and these three beings, they were all white, but they had the same type uniform that their man had in the Asian culture. That was interesting. The same type, the tall like that. He was real, to about 7 feet tall. Because Keanu Reeves, I don't know how tall he is, but he was like half, like Keanu Reeves side and a half. Anyway, he they put blackmail on a guy so he wouldn't fight, so they would automatically win. But Keanu Reeves, the servant of the guy, was came, seeing what happened. He ran in there, and then Keanu Reeves ran in there, and they knew it was a trick. So Keanu Reeves put on the uniform to fight the big man. So he was beating him, but he couldn't win him because he's pretty tall. And so they found out it was him. He had to be punished, and so they beat him and all that kind of stuff. So the girl runs over there. She like Keanu Reeves, so her dad is embarrassed, all that kind of stuff. So that's when they decided another plan. The evil trickster's son and the other one. Well, one is not the son. One is like supposed to be married to what? The daughter. So he got the witch, the warlock witch, to take one of his powers. There was a white spider, and what she did was she waited till the emperor that was there of that land went to sleep, and she had like some type of sheet or silk. They wear the pretty stuff on their clothes. Come through first. That was her, and then she formed, and her hair was in the shape of 8 legs of a spider, and she took the spider um, and put the spider down on top of the old man's lips. It would turn out purple poison. That's what happened to the other guy, purple poison. And it makes you hallucinate, and it turns your eyes white, kind of glossy white. So the man gets up. He starts feeling that he gets up. He's all delusional, and they also had him think that the the trickster was in there raping his daughter. So he grabs his sword and go towards his daughter's room, and he's seeing that the man is raping his daughter. So he slashes the guy across the back. Then when his daughter come in there and say his name and stuff, he comes out of the trance, and he becomes himself, and then realize what he did and try to explain what he heard and what he seen. But there was a trick from whatever that poison was. So they got him in trouble with the other emperor, and there was a betrayal of trying to kill his son. So what happens is you have to be put to death. Okay, you have to assign somebody else to your kingdom and be put to death. So, and it was by cutting your head off. He had to dress in white, go in front of everybody, and he also had to stab himself first, and then the guy that's going to be over the people when he's gone, which is the guy that he had already wanted his daughter to marry. He's to cut off his head while he's stabbing his own damn self. That's fucked up. So that was over with. The daughter upset. So the man decides to leave his son because he said he's gonna take over the whole kingdom. So the trickster won. He got the girl. He told everybody they need to leave, and if he catch him anywhere, he gonna kill him. And so the girl's gonna be left with him and the other men, so he'll be able to do whatever the fuck he want to her. And that's why Keanu, and then they made Keanu Reeves leave. Told her to take one more look at him. You'll never see him again. So that's why I didn't finish the movie to see what happened. So I don't know what this has to do with this, but I go by what they tell me. Let me go through this and see if I got everything. Oh, while Keanu Reeves, they had him before they brought him out. He was in this little hut thing, and he had candles up, while he was going, because they beat him real bad on his back. So he was laying on the ground, and he had like 3 candles. And when they killed the king, the emperor, the lights, the candle lights went out. Yeah. So that's why I got to finish looking at it. Okay. So let me finish. Where was I? Okay, it was a word. Okay, let me go back because it's some words I want to hit on in here. Um, okay. Oh, that's from something else. Okay, okay. Okay. They talked about solar consciousness, and this is really interesting. Called go on YouTube. They'll teach you how to play. You know they teach everything online. You know that. Solar consciousness. Now this is really interesting. I went from um, this is out of the this is the masculine, the male of solar consciousness. Okay, refers to the idea that the sun is a conscious, sentient entity, or that human awareness can expand to absorb higher light frequency. It bridges various disciplines, spanning ancient, spiritual, traditional, or modern philosophical, how you say it, hypotheses. The philosophical and scientific view. Now, this word, Panpsychism. In modern philosophy and theoretics, theoretical physics, I know it, don't go there. The idea is linked to that word I said before, that pan word. The belief that consciousness is the fundamental property of all matter, not the just human brain. Integrated information theory, IIT. Some theories suggest that because the sun is highly complex and emanates integrated electromagnetic fields, it generates a massive amount, I'm going somewhere with this, okay, of integrated information, giving it a form of cellular mind. The violation star hypothesis, VOLITIONAL. Or was that physicists like George Madoff have proposed that stars might exhibit violation, directing their own paths through the galaxy using radiation pressure. The spiritual and esoteric view. In esoteric, yogic, and ancient tradition, the sun is viewed as the ultimate source of spiritual light, vitality, and intelligence. Solar logos, Logos. Esoteric system like Theo, wait a minute, Theosophy, the solar logos, represents the guiding consciousness that animates our entire solar system. Okay. Spiritual sun. Practitioners of ancient solar philosophies that believe that humans can use specific breathing techniques, sun gazing, and meditation to absorb solar prana, life force. This is believed to raise one's vibration frequency, accelerate spiritual enlightenment. The physiological view. In, in modern physiological and astrology, solar consciousness is often used as a metaphor for the awakened human ego, intellect, and willpower. It symbolizes moving from passivity, unconscious immersion into nature or nature, often associated with the lunar or subconscious mind, to a state of active, illuminated self mastery or clear reasoning. While mainstream science attributes the sun's activities to pure physics and rejects the idea of thinking star, solar consciousness remains a popular framework for exploring the mysteries of the universe, of our place within it. Okay, now we went to the man's view, solar consciousness. So this is the feminine right here, subconscious. The part of your mind holding thoughts, memories, and feelings that are just outside of your focal awareness. It influences your automatic bodily functions, habits, and spontaneous reactions without you needing to actively think about them. Key functions: memory and storage. It acts as a warehouse for your experiences, beliefs, and past learnings, past life stuff, okay, things you learn, school or past life. Automatic processing. It handles background tasks like breathing or maintaining balance, so your conscious mind doesn't have to. Okay. Habits and instincts. Over time, things you practice frequently, like riding a bike or typing, are managed by the subconscious, making them feel second nature. Conscious and subconscious versus unconscious differences. All three of them different. Conscious, everything you are actively aware of and experiencing in the present moment. Subconscious, information you aren't currently thinking about but could easily access or bring to awareness if you're tired or if you try. I'm sorry, if you try. Okay, the unconscious, deep hidden drives, instincts, and repressed memories that you cannot bring to conscious awareness, which significantly shape your behavior. Subconscious everyday life. I know this a lot. You interact with it daily, often when your mind connects the dots automatically. Example: it's at work when you are driving a car and seamlessly navigating terms while holding a conversation, or when you instantly associate certain feelings with specific colors or sound. Unconscious mind, the vast reservoir of mental process, memories, urges, and automatic skills operating below the level of conscious awareness. Excuse me. If silently it silently drives much of your everyday behavior, habits, and psychological functions, why you do and behave the way you do. Without it, without us actively needing to think about them. Okay, iceberg metaphor says to easily visualize how the mind works. Psych- Psychologists often use the metaphor of any iceberg. The conscious mind, the tip of the iceberg, above the water. This includes everything you are actively aware of right now, such as the words you are reading or the sounds around you. Unconscious mind, the massive bulk of the iceberg hidden deep beneath the surface. It is outside you, direct, direct awareness. Wait a minute. but dictates the foundation of your actions. Evolutionary process. I hope y'all can hear me now. They always mess me up. Y'all can still hear me. Let me know. Oh, everybody left. The evolutionary process. Modern neuroscience recognizes the unconscious primarily as a hyper. Okay, just in case. Modern neuroscience recognizes the unconscious primarily as a hyper-efficient information processor. The brain takes in millions of sensor inputs per second. To prevent us from getting overwhelmed, the unconscious mind automatically manages body functions like breathing, stores long term memories, and automates complex skills like riding a bike or typing. So we don't have to consciously relearn them every day. Can y'all hear me? Somebody answer, please. Key perspective. The understanding of the unconscious has evolved over time across various psychological theories. Psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud, okay, no, no, we're going to the next level. Popularized, popularized by him, this perspective views the unconscious as a vault for hidden desires, traumatic memories, and unacceptable urges that have been repressed because they are too painful to face consciously. These hidden thoughts can sometimes manifest as funerary slips, accidental verbal slips, how you really feel, or through dreams, real you. Modern cognitive psychology. Researchers define unconscious processes through a more clinical and scientific lens. They study how past experiences unconsciously affect us, including priming. We're going to look at that word too, where prior exposure to any idea influences later your later reactions. Implicated bias. Now put that word. Um, Decision making. Let's see that word. It's unconscious attitudes, stereotypes, and learned association we hold about specific social groups, shaping perceptions and decisions without our conscious awareness, even when they contradict outstated values. Put is put in put you in a category. Um, Anything they want you to do. Okay, following the crowd. Then uh, put stuff out there. They stage the whole situation. We all kind of know that. Understanding the unconscious mind helps explain why we sometimes have sudden emotional reactions, develop automatic habits, or make choices without knowing the exact reason why. Okay, now priming meaning a psychological phenomenon where exposure to one stimulus influences how you respond to its subsequent related stimulus without conscious awareness. It relies on your brain's implicate memory, allowing prior clues to subconsciously shape your thoughts, fooling you, trickery, your behaviors, how they trigger you, and future decisions. How your brain connects based on recent experiences. Semantic priming. Seeing or hearing a word makes related words more accessible in your mind. Example: if you read a list of words related to the beach, you are much faster at recognizing the word ocean. Marketing techniques and the media. Companies use priming to influence behavior, showing a consumer a picture of a luxurious lifestyle before presenting a product makes them more likely to associate that product with high status lifestyle. Okay, the trickery of it all. Everyday life. Hearing an ambulance siren might make you more alert to traffic signs. A, a comforting scent could unconsciously prime you to feel relaxed. So they know how to they know what to do. In painting and carpentry, construction and DIY, priming refers to the preparation. A primer is a preliminary coat of paint applied to a surface before the final coat is painted. It seals the material, prevents stains from bleeding through, and creates an even base so the top layer of paint sticks properly, grooming us. Okay? Convince you totally. In mechanics and engineering, fluid priming, the process of filling a mechanical pump with fluid, creating a seal of vacuum, BS, some BS for you to follow, so that it can operate and draw in more liquid. So you can buy the idea, buy the product, whatever the fuck. Combustion priming, making a gun or explosive ready to fire by placing an igniter or small explosive charge near the primary propellant, propellant, making you mad. You know what I'm saying? Setting you off, having somebody go that way with you because they already know you about your past. Okay. Okay, number 4, technology and AI. Prompt priming. An AI giving an artificial intelligence a specific instruction, background, context, or persona before asking a question. This primes the model to generate a response tailored to your exact needs. It says prepare you. Okay, so we already like the computer, right? So it's like giving you specific instructions. So making us have to get on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Making us change from TVs that had antennas to getting the cable, getting the internet. You know what I'm saying? They power out there. Persona, a public image, assumed identity, or mask. So you out there really not doing what you want to do, but you doing what you told to do, or convinced or persuaded to do. A person presents to the world often differing from their true or private character. Comes from the Latin word theatrical mass. Okay? Oh, you are Carter. Hey, Carter. Yeah. So that's how they control us. Push your buttons. Because we don't know how to dig, go put them out on the surface. Can y'all still hear me? Well, they won't have control over you. Oh, they got it all designed very, very, very good. Yeah. So that's what I want to tell y'all before I start the reading. I thought it was pretty interesting. You know, subconscious, conscious. Subconscious is female. Conscious is male. Unconscious mind is both. It's in a way. It's mostly subconscious, going deeper. You know. So it made me think. So all they talk about Alaska and Antarctica and digging deep and finding things deep off in the ice and all of that and different stuff. Are they really talking about our subconscious mind? and we thinking it's actual beings or what, like, something like that, when they actually either trying to tell us to go deeper, um, or something. You know what I'm saying? It makes me rethink a lot of stuff, that unconscious mind. Because I never, unconscious, you would think being out. You know what I'm saying? Coma state. But unconscious mind, I never heard that before. Like, I never heard that before. So that's going deep in it. And it referenced the iceberg, you know? A lot of thinking to do. All right, let's see. Aquarius moon. What's up, Jew Aquarius? What's going down? I gotta watch another video after I get through with these. For other scholars that know more than us, you know what I'm saying? So let's see. All righty, what we got for? Oh shit, money leaving your pockets, Aquarius. Okay, just got paid or got some moolah. Okay, could be from work. Don't have to be. Shit. Boastful about it. Could be just got to keep money. There to keep money. Shit. Or idea or something you're investing in. Let's see. Okay, hangman. An idea. Something you're investing in. Okay. Enlightened by something. Okay. Want to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. Um, getting stronger, your ideas and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I still got to read up the card. Danger, sacrifice, sacrificing something. Okay, now we got blueprints, church, the key, unknown, that darkness back there. Maybe you don't know how it's going to turn out. Situation. Then I also got on here setup. Okay, make sure you ain't set up, lose your money. Maybe want to invest, whatever, but So hanging around, exercising, trying to see what's going on. And it's also a bad child. That's what I see. Three three people collabing with ideas that y'all planning some stuff. Okay. You're innovative, so future planning and frenemies, frenemies. Humanitarian friends is your thing, right? Okay. So y'all got an idea. Let's see. Maybe you the one that got the most money. Building something, maybe construction. I don't know yet. Okay. Oh shit. Getting away with it. Looking behind your back. What the fuck? Seven of Swords. Plans, hopes, wishes card. Okay. Um. I got some conjuring in the backyard. Then it could be homeless, getting warm. I don't know. Then it's jokester. They got the clown, the circus. Might be going to circus. Is the circus coming? I ain't been to circus in a while. Ever since Bill, the clown, retired. He was so good. If y'all seen him, y'all was lucky. He was so good. I worked there. That's how I got to see it. That was the last. I don't think they use animals anymore. I don't think so. I don't know. But he was a good clown. Very, very good. Very professional. Anyway, Asian, Islamic, Moors. Okay, so looking behind your back. So somebody bringing some artifacts or something. More information. I always look at that as scrolls, as words, as information. And took it from Three of Swords. Okay. It's also you. That's you, Seven of Swords too. Air signs. Unless this is a boss. The King of Pentacles, and that's not you. Okay. My grandson started working his job, his first job, and he had to quit the first day. Poor thing. He's Aquarius. When the man made him come 3 days, go, leave, come back, leave, come back. Finally worked. So everything going good. All of a sudden, arguments with a black man, white man, manager or supervisor and black man. Crazy shit. Kind of find out they all doing some fucked up shit. And if I know my Aquarius grandson, he say fuck this shit. Too dangerous for him, so he had to move around. And that's what I expected him to do. I don't get caught up in nobody else's bullshit. I could have been that, taking your shit and run. Okay. He say, I say, tell me leave that money. He say, he don't give a damn about that 1 day pay. Guard in your heart, laser surgery, heart transplant, um, hard heart, a black heart, forgiving, or not letting nothing get to your heart, or having a broken heart about a situation, taking all your shit and getting the fuck on. Um, Jobless operation, a warning. Okay. Called shots fired. What the fuck? Okay. Forgive. Okay. Okay. What are we talking about? Three of Swords. So it's three people. Okay. Ace of Swords. True. Mm. So knowing the truth, not taking it to heart. What are we doing over here, though? Somebody may be religious. You may go to church. Or something about bringing something to the church or going to church or some information. Okay, instead of looking back. Let's see. Page of Wands. And King of Pentacles again. Let's see. Foreigner, childish, free. Extraterrestrials, Egypt. Director, producer, expedition, artifacts, navigation, patterns. Magic power, out of the country. Sacred things, it's all on my card. Okay. Curious about life. So he's looking back. He grabbed all this. He grabbed his, and he looking back, running. Don't want to be brokenhearted. I don't want to. I don't know if it's telling the truth or the truth. And then Page of Wands. Something you've seen. King of Pentacles again. Investment or father figure or boss. Investment, also business. Arrogant, powerful boss or something. Okay, maybe you didn't want the person to see you. Maybe they didn't want to go to work that day or something. Or like I said, my grandson did. I don't want them to see me. Maybe they asking questions about you or something. Okay. I want you to come back to work or something. If it's not an investment. Okay. What does it say on here? Material wealth success. Okay. Maybe find another job. Another boss. High Priestess. Use your intuition. Pisces energy. Cancer energy. Tarot reader. Could be a reader. Maybe doing a reading for King of Pentacles or something like that. Hey Sean, how you doing? Let's see. Okay. Left that in the code. homeless. Let's see. The sun exposed. This seemed to be about you and other people. And money definitely on the table. A job, somebody else getting a job, or you a reader making money. Maybe you work for somebody, or somebody come and get a reading. Left out in the cold. No idea, or homeless, or have no idea. Okay. And the sun. That's also my son's children, alright. Happy. Who's happy? 6 of Wands reversed. Bad reputation. Warning, no success. So, Leo energy. Happy about seeing somebody have either Leo a bad reputation, or Pisces, Cancer, left out in the cold, or homeless, or whatever. Leo, happy about that. Secret. Pisces energy again. Losses. Illusions, shape-shifting, dark night at night. Aquarius full moon, secrets, sleep. It's a lot of things. Always in your dreams. We was talking about dreams earlier. Your subconscious, your conscious, unconscious mind. So somebody thinking some things in their head, but they don't want nobody to know what they thinking. Tarot will bring it out. Sorry. Okay. Alrighty, let's see. 7 of Wands reverse. Not protected. Spiritual bath, call on your ancestors. Gotta learn how to do that. Okay. They waiting on you. It says caution. Oh, you believe the dead is the dead, so you going by the religious in the Bible. Somebody like leave the dead with the dead, like Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead, or either they teach you that when they dead, and we never die. Okay. Okay. Surrender. Surrender. Eight of Swords reverse. So your third eye is open. Oh shoot, man. Not being stuck. Third eye open. I'm not feeling stuck. All your ancestors will help you not to feel stuck or getting out of a situation you were stuck in, or somebody. Could be people around you, Aquarius. It's for anybody really. It's a general reading. I have to be just Aquarius. I'm gonna say Aquarius because Aquarius full moon. We got Aries, Emperor reverse. Stuck with an Aries. Okay. Somebody's a tyrant. father figure, husband, it don't matter. Empress. Okay, Aquarius. What's up? A Libra, Taurus. Emperor, not her empress, not your empress, and not your emperor. You don't want to feel stuck with this person, husband, whoever it may be. Okay, let's see. Grandpa, grandma, no matter. See, two of swords, you see, relaxing. Okay. Four of cups, a realization, one of empty, shopping, stubborn, new mind, spill, thinking better. Shit, what is this? Hangman again? Where Hangman come from? Didn't it already come out? Okay, it's upright. It was upright before. Came from somewhere. Um, ego and the ego, stalling, manipulating, an idea, a realization, thinking better. What are we talking about? Queen of Swords reverse. You dishonest. Hangman, putting you in the spot. Virgo energy. Haven't did the dark night of the soul. You don't know who for you or against you. Okay. It's like you got all these ideas, got all these plans, want to implement them, but it's like, I don't know, it's like, could feel alienated or don't know what to do next. This could be somebody young or somebody old, it really don't matter. This could be either you, your child, okay, King of Cups. I was wondering when that was going to show up. So Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio, dishonest Virgo, no, I don't know if lights out, can't see, have no idea, like I was saying. This also studies, this stores well, um, higher levels of learning too, because this is books and paperwork and all that kind of stuff. Not wise. King of Cups. Okay, drinking. Sitting on his throne. Let's see what he doing. Are you around a lot of elders or um, Gemini energy? Okay, not loving it. Okay, leaving, broken, fake love, neighborhood, corrupt, violence, issues in love, obsessed, So either somebody drinks too much on their high horse, they don't really love nobody, or they fake. You see through some people. Oh, two Geminis. I love it, or neighborhood, or wherever you at. You noticing stiff stuff, conflict, no trust, separation. Three of Wands reverse. Yeah, you see everything out of the closet. You see what's going on now. Kind of rethinking stuff. Page of Cups. You don't want them to teach you. You don't want to be that way. It's bad news for you. Shift. No change. Empty. Feeling empty. Okay. This could be either praying or need to go to the doctor, dentist, president could be watching the news, um, judge, warden, a father figure, grandpa or whatever too. Graduating, I want to graduate, a professor, a boss or something, somebody of authority, secret society, keys to the city, knowledge. Also, yeah, school or college, university. It says grow up. Okay. Seven of Swords again. Sneaky, deception, worried, dishonest. Code 7. Meal break. Thief, plans, hope, sneaky. Clowns, witch, wish. So if it's a child, um, maybe worried about their life, how it's gonna go from here. Education, they got plans. You know what I'm saying? Um, how do they maneuver to whatever else is going on in their life? You know, that's why. Remember, I said at first, I say grown folks say, "Do as I say." No, do as I say and not as I do. You know what I'm saying? We delusional. We lying to ourselves because these kids gonna do exactly what we say. Or some that try to make them do what they want them to do, take control of their lives, and don't let them be free to be their own. I was watching some more of my picture of Beauty, not a Beauty and Black, the haves and the have-nots. Um, Jeffrey is his mom don't like that he's gay, and we was talking about that. If y'all been with me, if y'all watched that picture, right? And when he was a child, he had a bully that just fuck with him, 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 fuck with him. He kept saying, "I'm fine, I'm okay." He didn't tell the parents, the teacher, the principal. Everybody told that the guy was the little boy was messing with him. He never told. So one day, the little boy, when they got a little older, I think maybe 12 or something like that, baseball team, he took the bat and he beat the shit out of that little boy till the little boy was in a coma. Okay? Then his mama, by not liking him being gay, she done fucked up trying to fuck up his whole life. She had him, I was telling y'all, had to go to bed with a girl. She made sure the girl got pregnant. She got blackmail on the girl. The girl mama and daddy owe her some money. So in order for her to get it, she made the girl go with her son. The girl's dad has cancer. He's in the hospital. So they got the girl by the balls. They got all them. She got all them by the balls. And so the girl don't like the situation of what's going on, but she has to because she has to have the money to take care of her people. So that's a big old thing. The mama had something on him. What did she have on him first? She had something on him first. Shit, I forgot what it was. Damn. Um, But now she has a murder on him and something else. I forgot what else it is. I forgot what else. Oh, his best friend that he in love with, this guy who's rich. Well, they're both rich. And the guy is straight. But the guy uh, took his car one day and hit the maid's son and killed the little girl. So he was high. He had went to a dope house and shooting up drugs. And they tried to rob him, so he tried to get away. And he was just driving. He really didn't see who he hit. Came back home, didn't realize that he hit somebody. Told his mom and dad. The maid was there, and when she went home, found out her son had been hit. So she tell the son and tell him that I'll turn you in and tell him that you knew about him hitting the boy, which you didn't. Gave him the call, so she had that on him first. So he was scared about that because he didn't want to tell on him, all the his best friend, although he didn't have shit to do with it. So the dad pissed off. Dad love him as a, it's gay, whatever, whatever. So they kept pushing him, and his mom just kept saying some horrible shit to him. When they found they thought he thought his best friend was dead, had an overdose, gave him his money, $12 million. He went and got high and high and high, shooting up. The people at the hotel thought he was dead, but he wasn't. And he was broken down, thinking his friend was dead, crying in front of the boy mama, his mama, and the maid. And she just kept telling him how stupid and ridiculous and all kind of shit, just on him, on him, on him, on him, till he grabbed the knife and he stabbed her in her chest. And good thing the knife wasn't long, and she had implants, which she was denying that she had implants. And she didn't die, you know. But it's just like a lot of pressure. That's what I'm seeing right here. I'm seeing a lot of pressure. You know what I'm saying? Too many people pushing their weight around, and you know, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just wanna try to be gone or leave. Don't want to hear the shit. Two of Swords reversed. Two-faced it. Yeah. Wearing a mask. When we talked about wearing a mask, the hidden, unconscious, subconscious, unconscious was hidden and could trigger you, because he didn't know he was going to do that. He took a lot of shit. Oh, what was I meant to see his birthday? He took a lot of shit trying to be cordial. He loved his mama. He loved people. He was a therapist. But that one point, I got it wrote down. Oh, their birthdays. No. I think he's let me see. He's not a Leo. Oh, shoot. Jeffrey. He's a Sagittarius. Yeah, he's a Sagittarius. And you right next door to Sag and Capricorn. You're just seeing the trickery around you. You're seeing a whole lot of shit. Like I said, you could be a tarot reader, and you could be different people coming to you, and you're seeing their life, and looking through the cards and they telling you stuff they want you to help or whatever. I'm seeing that too. Giving you advice or whatever. Ugh. A lot of gossip, competing, hopefully not fighting. I don't know if you're in a gang or it could drive people to a gang. Um, or this could be, like I said, could be around you, a lot of noise. Aquarius, all air signs must get peace and quiet. We must get that. You ain't gonna like us if we don't get it. I promise you, you're not gonna like it if we don't get that peace and quiet because we're thinkers. We have to think. Know what I'm saying? So I don't know if somebody felt the grade too. We have to have that quiet time. We're the communicators, so they give us downloads all the time. And if y'all block that by information, you know what I'm saying, back and forth, that's not ours, and we can't think, that's not a good thing. Make you weak, that's not a good thing. Yeah. Seven of Pentacles reverse. Money could be an issue. Bank account empty. No evidence of something, of money coming in. Somebody could be waiting on some money. But yeah, that's not a good thing. Not working. ATM not working or some not, yeah. I thank Mother Nature all the time. When I'm broke, she let me find money or somebody come give me some money. I'm so glad. Not saying that I need that, but I like to move around. I'm gonna do it whether money or not, because I can get a reward from plants. I find the plants I find. I can reward the birds leave me stuff, you know, stuff like that. But I'm different. So yeah, corn artists. Tired of them pampering you. Um, yeah. There you go. Starseed, Aquarius. Just want to heal. You trying to heal the situation. Yeah. Trying to calm it down. Or calm yourself. Can't be fix a hoe. King of Cups. What is that? Knight of Pentacles. Mask off. Two of Cups. No partner, no prenup. Unhealthy, broken promises. Two-faced. Somebody around you do not like. King of Wands. Controlling, devilish. Could be the male figures in your life or masculine energy around you. Capricorn energy. Yeah, it's a lot. Broken promises, never keep their promise. It's bullshit. I'm so glad the Creator removed me when I was young. I had found some good friends, although it was deceitful how I got where I was, but it was good because the people took me in like I was family. And that helped me on my journey to get out the maze. Eight of Pentacles reverse. Okay. Somebody controlling somebody, how they work or what they do. Um, or somebody don't want to work, clean up behind themselves or something. Something going on. Three of Cups. Page of Wands. Future. Traveling. Celebrating. Happy birthday, Gemini. Happy birthday, Aquarius. When we look at this, um, a lot of drinking going on. Future plans of traveling, controlling, Capricorn, male figures, Eight of Cups, walking away. Page of Pentacles reverse. I don't know. School's out, I think. That's education, that's studying. Could be a lot of noise. Maybe you want to listen or study or whatever the deal is, and you can't. Um, Graduated, no offers. You know, feeling some type of way about it, and everybody around you is like, this could go for a rises Aquarius as well. Anybody, anyway. Um, yeah. What about your home? Like home, somewhere there's a place. I cannot sing like her. Stephanie Mills, you got it, girl. Seven of Pentacles reverse. Work frustrated. Somebody home and work, maybe there's a lot of repairs or um not a lot of information. I don't know why I'm thinking about books and reading and because the intellect, we have to study, do that. Air signs especially. Virgo too. Um, Not saying everybody else don't. Okay. Critical. Not working. Not working at home. Page of Pentacles reverse. Seven of Pentacles. Contributing. Money. Queen of Swords reverse. Devilish. Manipulator. Critical. Dishonest. Knight of Swords. Goons. Criminals. Sucking the life out of you. Aggressive criminals. Disobey orders outside a person. Virtual reality. Justice reverse. No accountability for their actions or your actions. I don't know. Um, just it's not good people you're around. It's like they have they have long term goals, but I don't know. The street smarts or the education or something. You know what I'm saying? It's not giving them what they want. So they could be subjugating to do something else. Could cause some bad karma. Jobless operation, no parts. Queen of Wands reverse. Spell, good or bad, lack of energy, evil witch, exposed. Knight of Wands. Reckless, want to have their way. Pisces, Cancer energy. Turning back. Shapeshifter. Hermit. Going in the shell. Virgo energy. This is Virgo. Dark Night of Soul. King of Wands. Do we have King of Wands? Yeah, King of Wands and the Virgo. thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. A package. Ghosting. Bad police. Or it could be a male person, or it could be Venus. Hidden answers. Going to your share. King of Swords. Abusive. Caution manipulator. Issues in love. Knight of Pentacles. Bills, rent, stuff like that. Scorpio energy. Is it ending of a situation? New beginnings. My condolences, someone passed away. Ace of Wands reverse. No new beginnings. Could be sexual. No passion. No offering. Scorpios also hidden things too. Kids, CPS. Somebody could have lost their child or losing their children, or can't have kids, or Ten of Cups. Nobody plan on killing anyone. Wait till they open their door with a package or order from someone, and then try to kill them. Make somebody happy. Now, try that now. Hit the blow. Five of Swords. Conflict. Left you handle the whole. They want you to hurt somebody. Occurs. Everything to get back. I hope y'all can hear me. Everything to get back. Can y'all still hear me? Tough and worse. Pirate, dangerous. Try to boss. Could be a sexual problem as well. With a fortune. Five of Cups. At a time, or turning your favor, and then a regret, depression, anxiety. Two of Cups. Eight of Swords. Plea bargain. Don't want to go to jail. Frustrated. Don't tell. Release. Inside. Money. Family. A lot of money. Like home. Oh, coming to somebody's home. That's what that was. Oh, yeah. Cowards. Get a child to do a man's job. Watching, reporting back to others. Be careful. Following you to stores. If you play the game in the store, coming in and watching, reporting. Cop shot unarmed man, innocent, handcuffed. And every question, everything why you are trained to kill, is this worth joining or doing? Not saving, need another career, stand on morals, values, integrity, self-love, not money and materialism, not their real name, and ex fake stalking. Revenge on a motherfucker. Okay. Look back. Abuse, not fair. Husband, wife, mother, daughter, son, family, etc. Friend. I'm catching all the hell you are supposed to get because you did the abuse. Not fair. I prefer booty hole, not pussy hole. Neighborhood. Belongs to the neighborhood. Be prepared for anything and anyone. Because it's on. So you be on and ready. All day. Doja Cat. I want to show you all. I want to show you all. Libras. Scorpio. Dismemberment. Damn. Hey. Good. Birdman. Oh, that's what that was right there. I think that shit funny. Rick Rubin. Porsche. We have been many names for many times, but only one soul. I'm scared I need to heal for all of our future before following my bad steps, my bad habits, drugs, drinking, etc. It's hurting my kids, people I love. You were there to learn so you can destroy the evil side of it, expose it. Don't get comfortable in the wicked world, witches, warlocks, sorcerers. Old rap and R&B player. Listen to a hate woman. Your kids are plotting on you greedy with your family, friends, and others. Listen to a hater and they haters. Hand and feet. Don't get paid for killing. Didn't get paid for the killing. Husband, wife, sick. Want to do necromancy on them. You too. Transfer souls. Take your body. Give to him or her. You stuck. Okay. Lying to people about you so they have no a reason to hurt or even kill you for their benefit. Money involved. The DA. So they stole your idea. They will never do it like you, because they not you. So do it anyway. Make that money. You're very creative. Scorpio. Projects tracking you through your phone and have someone watching you. Mixed race this weekend. Lying saying baby ain't yours, but it is. Went back to X. The baby is their child. Theirs lied. Need the blackout night dark to hide their agenda. 3 a.m. How to see if a company has unions. Check active collective bargaining agreements or consult industry databases like AFL-CIO and USR, the International Trade Union Federation, ITUC internationally. Put cameras in your car. Tara Rita Leo. Dad disappeared, left, or not there, or kidnapped, used, program, a secret society works for, or can't tell you, or where they are. Jail, FEMA, camps, war, prisoner, Scottish, destroyed your car, lied, said they didn't know, played sad with you. The breakdown. African music, contracts, music deals. Accident, was drunk, high, and trigger happy. Gun went off. Tried to lie about it. Said it was burglars, man, black, or gang. Tell them they can't sing, dance, so they won't lie to themselves. Your ex plans to sing at your wedding as a last attempt to sabotage. Alright, a few more. Come on. Throw it all away. Or time to throw it all away. Cleansing, cleaning, new slate. Exactly. Broke cell phone. Your sister brother is a fraud. Will have their time in jail or spiritual jail. Repent. Curse user, a specific term for rogue or malicious spellcaster who use their abilities for crime and personal gain. Alright, time for my picture. Oh, okay, thank you, Carter. Well, I'm finna y'all look at Bobby Hemming, who all gonna stay. He talked more about the dragon mother. Whoever interested. Gonna take it over here. You know, which is called 68 in New York. They stopped broadcasting. They stopped having their weekly meetings, the weekly gatherings that they have every Wednesday night. They stopped doing that. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, there was a place called the Good Life. And they built this $55 million church across the street. And all of a sudden, the sister comes down with cancer. So she had to stop her thing so she can go to Africa
we all think we'll get into. But I guess, first of all, I need to give these spirits the juice so we can get this battle out of the way. And get this battle out of the way. And I still got a lot of information and all. I've been stopped hearing this much books in the airport. But the funniest thing about the airport thing is the airport's going on lockdown. Like they told them, because I went on a journey to Vegas and LA and all that during Christmas. But it was interesting here because all that's on lockdown, but there's not any black people to travel, especially on the airports. It's mostly white. So who's really on lockdown? This is one of the most amazing things here because it started with the airport and it's coming inland to Homeland Security. So it started with the airport and now it's coming inland and stuff. Who is really on lockdown? And that is most of the airports still full of white folks. So that's very interesting. Because, like I said, this is Cristo Negro. We can be sisters, and a lot of people have a lot of love with this stuff. We guys that will keep the jail us. It causes a debate because all the little family are conscious people, you know what I'm saying? Which is really conscious people are some of the most shut down people that, you know what I'm saying, puritanical people. They're worse than damn nuns and saints and Christians and all these other shit, you know, trying to be so fucking righteous because the consciousness is based off of a Christian perspective. So we don't do nothing. We don't do this, we don't do that, we don't do this in terms of all the vices. And it is the vices that you give away in actuality to get in touch with the inner self. Is the when Abel said, I bid you not to change your voluptuous ways and all your follies. I did not come to chastise you. That's a whole other thing. We'll get into that also. But so the debate, they were saying that it was just the alcohol alone, and it was the resources of those shade over that we talked about. We'll be giving out at least 10 of those particular gods, to call on. And so, as a result of this, the three circles, a lot of healing aspects went on. This is Lado Pacombo, El Cristo Negro, El Cristo Rey aspect. And that's this, consists of Castillo rum. And either Windsor, Canadian whiskey, or R&R, rich and rare. That's the best stuff. That's the best taste. Rich and rare Canadian whiskey and Castillo rum, or any kind of white rum will do. But the rich and rare Canadian whiskey, it's another form of an elixir also. There's also a form of healing mechanism. As far as also states of consciousness, because the first time I mixed this and shit, I was on another planet. So, like I said, most people couldn't understand this and all because we're still into this. I must be obedient and stuff like that. When we got a whole bunch of spirits and all up there helping us and stuff, we doing most of the work and shit. They ain't getting no reprieve, they ain't getting no slack, nothing. It's a whole bunch of bullshit. So, I want to spit this to God and call out that so we can get on with what's going down. We got a lot of information and a lot of information and all. So that's cool. So we can do this right quickly and we can get the ball rolling. We're still coming from a lot of the follow stuff, which is one of the reasons why I want to get this section tonight, based on a lot of stuff that's coming out of Cuba now, which is very important. And we just talked about stuff that just started, stuff where just went to print in all of us. This stuff just started coming out of Cuba and stuff because the walls are coming down. And then within the sanctions and stuff, so the first thing that's freed up is a lot of information that was held down. So we got new information coming from that part of the provision that was locked down. And so we want to deal with some of that information also too. But right now, we like I said, start off by calling on that particular and beyond. And we're going to go on a whole, like I said, a lot of stuff today. As a matter of fact, some stuff was even just reviewed a few minutes ago, coming up into this lecture, we're going about an hour ago. So stuff is going. So, with no further ado, let's give them the juice give them the juice it out. So you know the drill. Alright. I should pour a drink. But I will be one, so. Yeah, but it's with me, so. Anyway, let me get my follow thing out. Alright, Sarabanda. Say, yo, Cristo Negro. Yo, Cristo Franco. Say, Cristo Muerte. San Simón. Yo, Cristo Rey. Ade de la Mona. Ade de Agua. Say, Cristo Viginima. Cristo de Figueroa. Mama Shola. It was very interesting over that Mama Shola thing because that has a lot to do with what Carlos Santana. You know, a whole lot of stuff. You know, the people showed that who get the song for real, don't have to look at that. And we got some information on that particular thing. So the follow stuff is going down. Let's see here. Lavado. Loteño. Pecamo. Oficia. Oficia. Okeola. Oculo. Alcala. Let's see here. Luigi. Aqua. Orlando. Aqua. Gomugo. Pasta. Melody. Obalege. Oshu. Olu. Josie. Yemenya. Olia. Risha Oku. Baluaye. Nakumba. Lerika. Swatwoda. Kino. Asia. Sam. Vishnu, Shiva, Rudra, Lakshmi, Lakshmi, Kaveri, Sani, Bertha, Dana, Sura, Epic, let's see, Mithra, Arasis, Kali, Kalima, Hera, Tima Hamadaya. Y'all give me some loud shades, not the loud shades. Get some energy going. It's all good though. Listen, going right along. Limit. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Sao, hey, Lagi, Lagi, Eros, Cupid, Albatross, Bacchus, Palladium, Rudra, Shiva, Okay, we'll deal with that. Okay, all right, get that out. So I'll give you my take on this whole Dr. Yard thing, and that is it's a real pile of stuff going down when they say you pleaded guilty. Now, my point is, anybody know if you have any kind of group that both the white world and the black world, and everybody knows that anytime you got a group, that basically you can say that that would be a political prisoner. Everything is set up based on political prisoners. So you got the option to take the political prisoner road. As the nine, whatever they got you on lockdown about, you just say, hey, I didn't do it. Most people don't believe that they got y'all on pump and some shit anyway. Most black people said, hey, whatever that brother's doing, they got that brother caught up in some stuff. It's the same old story for the last 50 years. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing this shit since Paul Rose. They've been doing it since Jack Johnson. So everybody knows that it is customary, that even white people know that basically the government is going to have you into some stuff. So it's not out of the ordinary for you to shut your mouth and become the political prisoner role. You see what I'm saying? You got no leverage with the political prisoner role, even when it comes to appeal. Now anybody know that it ain't good at all to beat the bullshit that they say he had on against. You know what I'm saying? So my point is, for the mere fact that he had everything going for him, why would he plead guilty? Because pleading guilty basically breaks the movement and destroys the whole shit. It annihilates everything. Just by pleading guilty, it breaks the entire infrastructure of the entire movement or whatever organization or whatever cult people's about. It breaks all and it completely wipes things out, and that's what the government is about. You see what I'm saying? My point is, goddamn, what you already in your mid-50s. You see what I'm saying? So what? You already in your goddamn mid-50s and shit. I mean, hell, you go to jail. I mean, my goodness, it's not like you got to make some deal and say 12 years, I'll be out, I'll be 30. You understand what I'm trying to say? But it's like, you know, in record say, most of the people, when they enjoy the fringe benefits of society and people are giving them things, when the push comes to shove, it's your ass in line, you're supposed to take the suffering road and go on lockdown. So that's the quote thing that how Selassie did, like, all that ass to dog going on. To Europe. And that's all the people in Ethiopia at that time. You see what I'm saying? And also, that's that same old quote jump you do. But my point is you basically leave your followers out on the string. You destroy the morale, the momentum, and the psychological stability of your followers when you go do some dumb shit like that and plead guilty and do this stuff and then tie around and fuck out. You see what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. And plus, my point is, you're supposed to be the God, supreme being, all incarnate. So why in the hell would you doggone plead guilty? Because the people are so messed up and stuff, and even when you call yourself God, they still irrationally and illogically still believe you God, I'm going to put some dumb shit in first. That's like the Yahweh thing, you know. He is the greatest son of God, and he is God incarnate and all, but yet he can't get out of that damn pussy. But I know some niggas from South Carolina can get out of that pussy. Shit, I don't like them get out of prison and stuff like that, you know. Hell, Tupac got the fuck out of prison line. Not because of his life, but he even signed the paper. Shit. You know what I'm saying? You know. So my point is, shouldn't I have enough action to do some shit like that? You can't keep your own stuff out. But the point I'm trying to make is that is a part of the government program to break the morale, the infrastructure, and the psychological stability of the group. And it's not just that. Anybody seeing this is in the black, even if you want to part of that, show the white man still conquest over what they call the enemies. You see what I'm saying? When they took your boy's skull from the grave of Geronimo. You see what I'm saying? So my point is, we knew that it was some government stuff from the get-go. You see, but my point is, you know, all of a sudden now, you call yourself Osiris and appeal to the cover of the Atlanta German Constitution, and color picture and stuff like this, and then all of a sudden they show you on the TV set. You see, this is psychologically, first of all, they made you nationally known. BET, black, should be black, disgrace television. They don't even show black niggas outside the same old family people, but all of a sudden now, when they show him, they only show him in reference to him getting locked up. That hate is friendly to you. You see what I'm saying? But the point is, the reason why they even put you out there to be televised is because you're vulnerable, and therefore they're going to use you in the future for some type of destabilization of the mind when it comes to breaking the momentum of the people. You see what I'm saying? Psychologically. So the whole concept is no different than killing the black man in the movie. You see what I'm saying? And killing the black man in the movie. That's why Jim Kelly, I told you that thing, I told the ritual in 1970, why Jim Kelly had to die in the dragon. You see what I'm saying? In the dragon. That was a damn ritual. You see what I'm saying? And this man, and John Saxon in the movie didn't even know those fucking karate. He didn't even take a ride until 3 years later. Before I recorded the thing, when Fred Williams said when he went, after they phased him out of the so-called black exploitation thing, and he went to the Hollywood and said, so we'll put you in some movies. You didn't film no movies in the black exploitation. We'll put you in some movies. He said, no, two things gotta happen. I can't die in the movie, I got to give it out. I got to leave with the woman. You see what I'm saying? You see, that's the same basic hero shit as James Bond. You see what I'm saying? You know, they was like, no, that's okay. We can't allow that. So we're still talking about a psychological condition of destroying the people based on the image. You see, based on the image. So this thing here we see it like this is textbook cold warfare. You see what I'm saying? Where all the so-called significant people fight for us, either by apologizing and saying they changed. You see what I'm saying? Or you get killed. That's cold warfare. It's no different than with the whole thing with the war from Black Panther Party. He shot in 1989. It's all part of this, but it drills its way into the psyche. It's no different than taking Avalanche and making him a national hero. You understand what I'm saying? Like fucking Danny Wolf. This motherfucker on the level of Danny Wolf is some David Crockett shit now. You understand what I'm saying? Based on some misunderstanding. So, based on some misunderstanding. So this is one of the keys. This is one of the keys on how you do this thing and all. It's cold warfare and it's mental genocide. And he was down with that. Now, two things might happen. They might have that on some island somewhere. You never know what happens when they go to jail. Or it might be 2 years from now, it gets repealed, appealed. But still, yeah, you saw him go down. You saw him with his head down in the ground. This is supposed to be Osiris. This is supposed to be the pyramid builder, and he running from the damn cops, and he all down and stuff, and fucking out. Pretty guilty. My point is, you supposed to be God in the universe. If you're going wrong, what the fuck you gonna be guilty for? Let's get this motherfucker on. If you got some damn juice, when the cracker come at you and stuff, now it's time to show what the hell you got. Yeah. What the hell you gonna plead guilty to? That's an indictment. You say, I don't plead guilty with a vicious system like this. I plead guilty. You see what I'm saying? 2 motherfucking murderers. Right. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn if he fuck 4-year-olds. Like your boy said, Paul, they can find me in the house with an 8-year-old boy naked. I still don't put it out in the shit. You know what I'm saying? Get better. Right. All this shit is done. Right. They come up cold, they talk about it got 6,000 people died from their home. In the Cold War era between 1865 and 1965, and another 6,000 is missing. Now, you know those are very low numbers. You know, especially on the missing thing. Especially on the missing thing. And all of a sudden, American experience started running shows a lot of things that happened in the 20th century, they didn't do it during the 20th century. So the EMPRESS story came out last week. Well, that's my story. And all. But then last year they did Marcus Garvey. But remember that this is, first of all, they all already know that they can do it out because they understand that the minds of black people are destroyed. If they don't, we're not just not going to do nothing. You understand what I'm saying? We're not going to do shit. So they already know that now that they have put on lockdown and destroy those people that would make an actual difference. You see, that would make an actual difference. So the point I'm trying to make is, it's just like the EMPRESS story, which is very key because I believe it's the whole side of the shit that went on with that. One of the keys in that is his father died in 1945. He got killed in 1955. It's always a cycle. The father had a signet ring that they gave him, and that's what they later on identified with him. But it's always a lady involved. That's the whole siren thing. Get killed and thrown in the river. You see what I'm saying? And the signet ring, that's key because if you study the Jason and the Argonauts, when his father is killed, he's avenged when he's given the signet ring of the father. It's all classic mythology. This stuff actually happened. Down to the mother rescuing him in the aspect of rescuing black people by putting him on display. You see what I'm saying? For everybody to see it in actuality, that's what started the so-called quote-unquote civil rights movement. You see what I'm saying? So they would put this thing out now because they understand that that was last century. And if they tell you that's last century, people start thinking that way. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing they will say is, that was last century, man. You still learn about that shit. You know, that's 3 years ago. We got niggas locked up 10, 15, 20 years. They got some help, a thing on the A&E. A thing on the A&E, which also gives this question what I call so-called, we need to celebrate so-called quote-unquote black achievement. Now here it is on A&E, they got two men get 30 years for armed robbery. Black guy get 33 years, white boy get 30 years in armed robbery. Somebody got killed. Well, armed robbery is only 7 years period. You see what I'm saying? It's been that way for years. So he did 30 years for armed robbery. Then it's the appeal board come up. They let the white boy go. They let the black guy stay. Now, it's not necessarily not arguing about a white people have policy towards us. He got a little frustrated up in the meeting and stuff, And so that's enough. We see some violent tendencies going to knock it back down. It's not even a matter of trying to convince white people that we are saying, trying to convince white people against xenophobia or whatever thing is fucking in here. It ain't got to do with white people. It was the black man who was sitting up in there. When the guy got there with another thing, he said, hell, all of them voted against me to go back to prison. Now, here's a black man should automatically know because a black man gets a little frustrated in the week, don't mean he's a killer. You understand what I'm saying? Don't mean he's a doggone killer. But that's what I'm trying to say about black achievement. It has done nothing but turned us into the same mindset as all the other people. It's just like when Mira Baraka was on TV the other night on CNN, and asked a question, he said, it's better. He said, well, you tell that to your boy, I'm gonna do the hour that got set up for it sometimes. First thing the white man said out of his mouth. The next word was there was 2 black jurors that acquitted them cops. Right. You see, that's the key here. That's the science in this thing. You see, we don't know that they are always taking this stuff and compiling it, and when the 2 black jurors, the same old so-called quote-unquote, open profile, the same old quote, just still the thing we are all Americans. When they acquitted that brother, you see what I'm saying? There was no recourse for the simple fact. The first thing he did is do it back up in their face. Or one of 2 black jurors also let the cops up. You see? So it's the same thing going on. What we're talking about here is a psychological condition. And it's the same broken record over and over again. Now here's the other psychological condition. And we must challenge these things. Now everybody knows that what's the name of the government agent? I mean, you go to New York City, and the people right in UAM, where Al Sharpton comes up, and it shows his ass up there, some witnesses, everybody up there, they say, well, we all know that motherfucker is suspect. Everybody knows that Al Sharpton is a dog, okay? Even to the point where he's trying to get Asada Shakur to come to Miami, come to Jamaica on an alternative island, and have the authorities to arrest her. You see what I'm saying? The key here is that Steve Cody did a whole indictment of Jesse Jackson with the murder of someone. That's a part of the clause that has something to do with the doggone knocking up thing. If we're going to give you wealth and power, and then when it comes for us to come after you and stuff, you got to understand that this is a part of the game. So Jesse Jackson's time to be reeled in with some scandal, that was a part of him living well for all the fucking years and was able to have his hand on the killer part of the game. You see what I'm saying? So now, that whole concept here, you see what I'm saying? But here it is again, a lot of people believe in Jesse Jackson. You see, we know conscious community, we are trained to look at an alternative, or we don't need this stuff because we're trained that way. But the vast of people believe only what's on the TV set. So up until that, Jesse Jackson, I remember having conversations about stuff that was going on out here in the country. I've had people go, well, man, I don't believe that in everything. Why did Jesse Jackson speak out? You know what I'm saying? You know, but this person didn't know because he's only given the concept based on the TV set. You see what I'm saying? So going back to this, they said when one person is set down, there has to be another major agent to take his place. In this particular case, everybody knew it was Al Sharpton. For next thing you know, he's on all the major TV shows. You know what I'm saying? Politically incorrect. Chris Fox, this, he's getting all his airtime. You see what I'm saying? Whereas they got all kind of black leaders and stuff, people don't even know about today. Or black people in the struggle. I don't like black leader word, but that's also true. Only two people in the world that's got black leaders, and that's the people that's considered enemies to the Jews. Black people in this country and the PLO, the Palestinians. Only two people. You don't know the leader of the Chinese race. You don't know the leader of even the Puerto Rican. What is the Puerto Rican leader name? What is the Eskimo leader name? There are two people that got leaders, black people and the people in Palestine, the Palestinians. You see, so you know that Arabic is the leader of the Palestinian people. And that's because he's in direct conflict with Jews. And anytime you come in direct conflict with Jews, that's what they do. They give you a leader to undermine you. Because what happens is, when you give people a leader, and the people are defined by leaders, when that leader is fucked up, the people are defined as being fucked up because of the leader. So they'll give you one centiaid. That means that you are unarmed people. You see what I'm saying? By giving you a leader. That's the reason why I can't understand why you can go to Phoenix and there's a Martin Luther King street in every city in the country. I mean, the man does not deserve a street in every city of the goddamn country. I mean, I like people ain't got streets in the country. And they're gonna kill the world to do this shit here. I mean, it's more than fair, so goddamn. We say Native Americans and Africans and stuff. At least you get a street name after you and shit. But I'm trying to say, but the whole concept is to give those people a leader, and it'll make you think that nobody else did anything in history. And then a passive leader at that. You see what I'm saying? When we know that the history is built on black leaders. You see what I'm saying? So that is one of the science to this. Now, dealing with this, if there is a leader, it has to be diminished, has to be set down. It has to be another leader to take its place. That's the science. So if there's another leader to take the place, it's this ongoing cycle. In this particular case, they have chosen Reverend Bouchard. What's his name? Al Sharpton. First he ran for mayor in 1997. Then after running for mayor in 1997, he's now running for president. Now, my point is, we must ask the question, why would anybody run for president who can't win? We know it's not a political agenda, but we know that that's a form of science to realize that, you know the real is, his sister standing up, the brother giving the seats. You see what I'm saying? You don't want the sister to call their ass because they ain't got the seats. Any sisters need the seats, they still got some on in here. I'm just saying, that's the root. You know that. But anyway, going back. Why would you run for president? It's all a part of the science. So let's break this science down. What's going on? Because it's all a part of mental science. Now, Al Sharpton is running for president. Most of you people will be fooled. Because when Al Sharpton comes on TV, he is talented enough to not only deal with the issues, but he is talented on the building, he's killing them. We got 3 shades here. Now, if Bush can be the president, then you know damn well Al Sharpton can be president. No problem. Because especially when you know the president is not even a job that actually runs the country. You know, if they have a job just like you got a job. His job is no different than somebody walking chicken and church chicken. He's being told what to do. Now, he can land up on the front row. Now, to ask that question, it's not about him being qualified or any black being qualified to run the country. There's a science going down, and you must understand the science on why the white boy has him running for president and why he's able to get back for president. And that is this. It has nothing to do with black people per se. In the aspect of whether you pick it up or not. But this is the science. This is 2003. Now, all you gotta do is do some research and find out what and how does the white boy dictate race. He dictates race based on hair. This is basically how he dictates race for the last 150 years. They even had it down in Ethiopia, that's Caucasian. You see this shit in my mouth? And when they broke it down, they said based on the hair. But I know you feel with that again. You know what I'm saying? But that's the point I'm trying to make here is everything, but it's so subtle you're not going to be able to pick it up. Now, this is the key. And it's not directed for us because you know that Al Sharpton could be good, like any other black person. You know what I'm saying? You can have this nigga off the street, kill him out too. The motherfucker can surprise your ass. That ain't no problem. You know what I'm saying? We in pockets of privilege, help ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? Every night and every other hour, you capable of spitting out some good shit. Of real dangerous stuff. Even if you don't get your most ignorant ass or your most ignorant one. Is that you put it on? Okay, good. Alright. So it has nothing to do with his capability. What is happening here with Al Sharpton is this. It's a form of the same mental genocide in the world, assassination of black people. First of all, this is 2004. We want to know the stability of black people, or their world-class people, to take the world stage as determining not only their own destiny, but other people's destiny. So we want to know what is the mindset of black people in the millennium. You understand what I'm saying? Because for 10 years it's been a disaster. You see what I'm saying? Even now with the dominated John Muhammad shit. And then I told you last week, you weren't here last time in December. That we got reports that the same guy who shot Khalid Muhammad in Los Angeles in 1994 was the same guy who trained John Muhammad to shoot. The same guy that shot Khalid at the college in 1994 was the same guy who trained John Muhammad. You see what I'm saying? And trained John Muhammad. As a matter of fact, and so even to that point where we talk about some type, not only government agency, we talk about some implants, some combs, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Because the simple fact is, even the guy that shot Khalid, they said they beat that guy ass to death. And they said that guy could not even see. It was almost like he was a zombie. It was almost like he was in another state. And then the Jews came to pay the guy hospital. This is the same guy that trained John Muhammad. So now all of a sudden now, you got this whole mass murder thing. Look at the science, 1993. They put out, what's love got to do with it? Hell, everybody looked at that I asked me years ago. You see what I'm saying? But I was asking myself, well, why would I not put out a movie on this? It's always based on some type of propaganda. Put it out in 1993. The next year, same Larry Fishburne did Hamlet, not Hamlet, Othello. It was the same thing, kicking some crap in the ass. Same time this is going on, the whole okay thing is going down. And if you don't think it's not related, you see what I'm saying? Then the next year, they put out just cause. But you go out there under everything is everything. That's how the science goes. It's so subtle. And so we can't pick it up anymore. Because the simple fact we don't know. 30 years ago, we would have been on this shit. You see, we are going numb and stuff. This is that we don't detect shit no more. You understand what I'm saying? About blatant stuff. You know what I'm saying? Somebody hit the drug down the street. It takes something like that. But the subtle things, we have become numb and stuff. So we don't detect the subtle things. So now, going back to this particular side, so now you got black man murders with the whole General Muhammad thing. You see what I'm saying? We broke down the biblical term General Muhammad is the same as lies one another. You know, we talked about that in the last 2 lectures and all that type of thing. The whole science between that. And even with the United States military, when it all came back today, he got caught, they said, the Pentagon said that he's a superior shot. Then on Nightline, on Dateline, they came up and said, the military said, well, I raised the military never trained me. See what I'm saying? So, you know, it's always some shit that's going on. Now, the key is this. Then you gotta understand this whole concept. Well, the whole Jamaica connection going down again. But then again, on the other hand, you gotta trace back to Jamaican posse. And all this kind of shit he had to turn of the decade, turn of last decade. And that whole shit with the crack thing and all this kind of stuff. There's always some things that has something to do with government conspiracy. But we're too subtle to put the pieces together. Now, dealing with this is going to go down with this. The outside community, and not just white people, but our own African brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, brothers and sisters from all over that don't realize now. Once one African or one black original person is tagged up with their own continent, that Chinese, when he see the African line from Nigeria or from Kenya, he will point in the same boat. But right now, they don't understand the science between divide and conquer because the simple fact is they're being buffaloed and swayed by the same bullshit that's going down because we are the scapegoat, the brothers and sisters right here. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is one of the keys on this. So, the question is asked, what does the state of black people get no living? We already said that the only 2 people is given world leaders. Only 2 people. Black people in America is given leaders. And the Palestinians. And all those have the connection with the Jews. In this particular case, for us, it's just plain old jealousy over the legacy of the birthright on the planet. The Jews want to say they chose the people. And when we talk about the Israelites, and this is scientific, it even goes back and even prophesied in the book of the day. And there will be a group of people that's trying to destroy the birthright and harvest to the kingdom. That's how it's also in Jason and all that. We've got this in world mythology. And the whole concept of one book that Robinson's book, Beginner's Guide to the Apocalypse. Beginner's Guide to Revelation, Robinson's book. He even quote a passage out of the book today where they talk about there will be a people that's trying to, in this case, a set title in the mythology, trying to say that harvest does not deserve the Osiris' kingdom because we don't know if these are things even be true there. You see what I'm saying? Well, now over here, we know that the Israelites who came from Spain are jealous and they know we are the original people, and we are the people that will be suffering through the last days. Not them, they don't have us. Selling us shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't have a damn rock or spoken. You see what I'm saying? A pocket fits in a bed, shoving us in the country. So the key here is there's a plain jealousy. Because my point is, we already be down. So why do you keep on holding a stick out people that's completely destroyed? Because they know something, and they know that the legacy of the world to come is ours, and not theirs. And they can fool the world about them being the Israelites, but they know that they are not the real original people or the real heirs of this thing, or the real Hebrews. Right? So they are jealous of that. On the other hand, the Palestinians say they give them a leader. Now, going back, so we know if you want to dehumanize people, you give them a leader because there's no leader of the Mexican race. the black male's hair and the black female's hair. We're not judged based on our hair. You understand what I'm saying? We can wear the shit any kind of way we want to. Y'all can't show that shit. You see, and then in the last year, we show them dreads, all kinds of damn, just some of them that I could have lost. You see what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to make is the male does not have to succumb to pressure based on his hair. So what the fuck is this motherfucker sitting up there and a presidential debate with some dog and lovely in his shit? You know what I'm saying? But you like that thing. But we don't know now. You don't understand. The motherfuckers in down Switzerland, the people in Kenya, the people in China, they was getting this shit. It's a motherfucker. You heard? You get it? Well, that can sprinkle out down there up there with some shit. DC country, LA, no Alabama, what? We know that that's a novel up and I'm in the head and shit in his head. But you don't understand. It's like that one thing about it. This is cold warfare. Genocide. Here's a man that said a presidential debate trying to say he's serious up against other police that had practice with their own hair. And this motherfucker, he don't even have a dog. They say, well, maybe that might say he just put the shit crumpled like most white men wear this shit. Most persons kind of with a crop or short shit. No, he got his shit long way. You know what I'm saying? Like he just would tell us something like that. Now, don't see this stuff. Go out and address it. The right people like them, they want people to know the issue. And people mind, they're going to say, now look, first off, they're going to say, well, here it is again. That's the leader attributed to the black race. And it shows the attitude and the mental stability of black people based on his hair. So what it is he just let somebody, because he's an agent, you see what I'm saying, parade him as a freak. You see what I'm saying? I see. Now he said, if James Brown was your mentor, you would like this way to hold him. James Brown, first of all, is one of the greatest entertainers and a genius based on entertainment. But James Brown is by no fault an intellectual to lead you to a goddamn I come up. Because now we need to get our shit straight. Yeah, James Brown is over here. Well, all the motherfuckers doing that shit. But even they still be James Brown in there. And they sell us and told them to take that shit out their head. They ain't go to Apple for this. So I'm trying to say, what is your fucking excuse when you come up and you become prominent when all this black hair is available? You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make is, he's saying that James Brown is your dog on hero. You would do this too, not necessarily so. You know what I'm saying? James Brown was like I said, Richard what's it called? Paul Lewis said James Brown was like an old fat Chinese woman now. So the point I'm trying to make is, James Brown is not running for fucking president. And we already know the entertainment industry, even white motherfuckers do crazy shit. You know, that's the entertainment industry. We'll give them that. You understand what I'm saying? But not running for president. And we don't know what is this psychological excuse. You see what I'm saying? Of being a street motherfucker. And that's all a part of why the government got you running for president. And it's all part of the same thing. Trying to destroy the image of black people. So this story that happened the other day with your boy, Dr. Young. You understand what I'm saying? Dr. Young. That's all part of the bullshit. So when he pleaded guilty, he stabilized a whole community of black people who was following him and other black people that needed an image for a person to build those particular pyramids out there like that. You see what I'm saying? And no one pleads guilty. You see what I'm saying? Especially black people. This is the first one in history to say I'm not a political person. You see what I'm saying? Political prisoners can keep you alive. Ask who did. All they say is one Jewish woman making all the money every time you get an artist against the Jew want to get paid. And all that kind of stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is that's a part of the government plan. We give it up to some old science. Back in 98 or 99, all you got to do is do the science on it. They had a show come out called Third Watch. It's on the NA now. And Third Watch is a show that is a collaboration of the streets between police officers and firefighters. This was a precursor to the normal Twin Towers shit, where the people that was on focus as far police officers and firefighters. The third watch, they always train you before they bring some shit out. Very, the third watch is important. It's just like in the early 1990s, white people start saying that the pharmaceutical industry was bullshitting them. Herbs, they started getting into the herbs, the homeopathy, the homeopathic, all of the basic alternative healing. It was real big amongst the black community. So they say that basically we have the whole concept of the doctor being God, being the person, is not away from God white people. So therefore, they came about and they put the Thursday night show on ER with George Clooney and all that, and then Chicago Hope. And they kept those going on. They would run that show. That show ain't that goddamn good. You see what I'm saying? But they know what they keep on what they take off. But they keep pumping this particular show with all these young people and all of a sudden it's hip. You see what I'm saying? To be a doctor again. And this is a psychological aspect of some doggone training that they can do to get people to trust the doctors. They do this stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, so all of a sudden, this is when you see the local ass police officers. Especially the black, they're like, nah, damn zombies. I was like, is this motherfucker breathe? Got the damn personality of a fucking alien. You see what I'm saying? But all down TV, there's those things, there's Jesus Christ. So you got to understand how psychological conditioning is doing. So like I said, the ER show with the doctor thing came out to get people to trust in their doctors again. You see what I'm saying? Because they all understood that those particular people were getting away from that. And then all of a sudden, what they started doing, they started coming on these shows like 2020 and 60 Minutes, and they started downing the herbal thing. But you know, somebody took some ginkgo biloba and almost died. Because you know what, so they started doing this type of stuff. And so now all of a sudden, and the next thing you know, herbal people, they got to put down there something on everything. They can't just say it. They got so bad stuff on all the time. I said, well, you got to go to the book and read what shit is. They can't tell you what shit is for. Because they are the book. You see what I'm saying? So that's the science behind how they do these things. You got to understand. You got to understand. Which leads us to this other thing. We're going to get into in a few minutes. But I'm going to deal with a couple things right now. Just at me. And that is this. We know, they got some show, I don't know, a couple things. There's a about things. I want people, what we need to do is we need to retrieve a lot of videos and a lot of things like that. So I want people to go out and somehow we need to find this. Somebody find this stuff. Somebody needs to get in touch with some people in the conscious community. Anybody see this thing on Black? This movie that came out in 1996 called and something Power to the People. It's a movie on Black Christmas. Anyway, all power to the people. The people from the 60s and all this had like a Native American, they just rock and been on lockdown for 30 years and they do shit. And it's called All Power to the People. I'm just trying to say, is it in Blockbuster? Can you rent or something? Oh, you might have to. Okay, that's why I asked this stuff. We need to retrieve that particular movie. All Power to the People. It's on Black Political Christmas. And they showed it on the True Story program they got. You know how it is. Both channels you get, more you find out they shit on TV. But True Story, the show that one night, and when I turned to it in the middle, I couldn't record. But about Black Political Prisoners and political prisoners too. And they were saying how America don't want to it. They got tons of political prisoners, including white boys. You see what I'm saying? Including white boys, but it's called All Power to the People. And we tried to like I said, you got a good copy. Oh, you might exactly say, it came out in 1996. I know in New York they got places you can go and get all this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Just like the best slave movie that ever came out. What's that movie on Uncle Tom? The 73 movie, what's that called? Goodbye Uncle Tom. You know, in every country in the world was able to see except black people in this country and stuff. In every language. Goodbye Uncle Tom. We got a few copies of that. We got a few copies of that also. But I want to say that, but I want to get into something around 1960. When was the revolution? 60, 59, 60, whatever. They've been giving them hundreds of millions of dollars to get cash flow. Cash flow. And I often wondered why is it that they could be best friends with Russia, the Khrushchev, and even the Iron Curtain is gone now, yet they still got sanctions on Cuba. Okay? Now, let's do science on this because you got to understand the magical aspect. Now, you know that they just did, remember in 2001 when the Disney Atlantis thing came out and they did the excavation down there and they found out that Cuba was a part of Atlantis. Now, this is not far-fetched because the simple fact is Kenneth Grant comes out of England and does some stuff and comes to find out that Haiti is a leftover part of this mysterious pre-civilized ancient civilization. Pre-civilization, I say pre-history because we say pre-history, that's what the white boy calls it. How do you be pre-history? But they're talking about something that's so advanced what they call history, the same thing. But even Haiti, even parts of South Carolina is difficult, and including Atlanta, where the whole thing sits on a big slab of rock. If you don't think it's the same Stone Mountain, we know Stone Mountain is that's just a peak, it peaks out of the ground. But this whole thing is underground. If you don't understand this, go to the Peachtree Center Station. Did I been to the Peachtree Center Station? Y'all are going around hard. You don't know it's hard. Go down to the Peachtree Center Station, pay your $1 and $1.50, $1.75, you go there and you'll see the brand. You'll see what the land is made out of. You see what I'm saying? And like Rose Gucci said, the only place that the capstone of the Great Field is found in Stone Mountain, Georgia. The grand old capstone of the Great Field. So we know that this was a safe haven, as well as Muhammad said, when the dollar jumps off, it's going to jump off of Atlanta. You see what I'm saying? They say when the black man in the South stands up, you know it's all over. You see what I'm saying? So it's not by accident that things go on. And it's not by accident that you can go out to the Cape. So just go downtown to Cape and just feel the serene sun. And when you come to the West End and shit like this, just fuck the energy. All that damn energy. And all down the town. That's not by accident. That's not by accident based on whatever they got, some heart, some electromagnetic rays, or whatever kind of stuff is stuff. There's some fucked up shit going on in the black community. I just say, let's go around town to Cape. Who's down there one day sitting out there, man, this shit seems like another damn dimension. It's quiet, peaceful, serene, and it's a nice town. You got people, but they got this stuff set up. You see what I'm saying? You go up and walk in certain places, it's cool like that. You see, so they got certain things on lockdown based on the energy. And it's not by mistake that this thing is playing in a big graveyard over here. But it's all good. Because all over the real people always live in the desert. That's very key. Understand the desert concept. The desert is key. Which goes into what I'm talking about here. Now try to understand this. Cuba, Havana, the 1950s Havana, which was how many miles from Miami? 90-something miles. They had gambling, prostitution, every kind of vice you want to name. They also had one thing the Vegas didn't have. The Vegas got gambling, prostitution, and all those things. Havana, Cuba had all that, but Havana, Cuba also had what Vegas did not have, and that was the magic. You got to understand the science. So they had to put a president up in there, this whole revolutionary thing, all he did, he locked down Havana, Cuba. A mystical part that's only 90 miles from Miami, that was a key. You see what I'm saying? individual systems on what they call the Congo map. And the Congo map. And so many words based on the apparatus of the Europe and a lot of them over the years they got rid of the underworld side, which is the key to the underworld side that is called laboratory life will be that which will be in the future.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes, a fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the AI hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
He said in the book, in the fires would burn about 15 years. Now, if you calculate they started in the early 80s and they subsided about a year or two ago, then the 15-year period that he was talking about has already happened, and we are right in the middle of the estimate of the ending of the book. Now, what do we mean by that? Because it's good to put it this way, because as you know, we talk about a mothership. Well, a mothership is not a physical ship. The mothership is this black hole that's out in space that our Earth is in the middle of. Black hole in the middle of our Milky Way, in the heart of our own galaxy, hungry beast rules the mysterious realm of the cataclysmic violence. Now, in the Kabbalah, they identified the black hole with Leviathan. But also in the Kabbalistic thing, in 1978, they said that it was some type of ship. The mother, Leviathan is the great serpent, tortuous serpent. She was also called the great mother, the dragon, the beast. The dragon is the constellation of the Draco, the great bear. You see. And the great mother, the mother ship, the ship is the black hole. As a matter of fact, they show the picture of the black hole in the Discover magazine, November issue. And if you look at it, it looks like a damn spaceship. Now, in this particular book, The Unknown Spirit by Gene Sharon, C-H-A-R-O-N, he talks about the black hole comes, and it's almost like a balloon with a bubble in it. And that black hole is a gateway to another dimension. You got universe A, which is this universe. You have universe B. That's in, what's the guy named Fred Allen Wolf's book? Parallel Universes by Fred Allen Wolf. And he said you got universe A, which is the whole universe, that's the right-hand path. You got universe B, which is the universe to come, but universe B is separated by a black hole. Fred Allen Wolf's book, Parallel Universes, 1988. The black hole, what the black hole does is the black hole, once galaxies enter into it, it literally sucks up all the energy from the galaxy or a new mothership and its own new universe. But the key is all of that particular stuff is not happening out in space because space is a hologram. It's in the smallest atom in the universe, and the real black hole is inside of us. The real black hole is inside of us, sucking up all the energy going into the black dot, which is called a Haddon point. So the true mothership is nothing but a form of the soul. And it's also the black hole. But that's a hologram. That is a reflection of something greater. So you see, in here, they're saying that they got to create brand new physics just to figure out what this shit is. You see. But what they're not telling you is, they know based on the occult what the new thing is. This new thing is that particular physics, you can't physically calculate something out there. But they know based on studying the occult that the real black hole, that's only a reflection of a black hole that's opening up in us. We are the black hole. So don't think that this shit is coming to rescue you. This is only a backdrop or a monitor of your soul, the true black hole, the inner black hole, rescuing itself by sucking up all of the remaining energy in your body to make a nucleus and a new Jerusalem.
There are so many electricity plans. Where do I find the best price? Easy. Check with me. Lowest price. I can always get you a great low price with Frontier Utilities. Frontier is your Texas low price electricity leader. Shop FrontierUtilities.com, where I'm confident you'll find some of the best prices available. And much more. You're right about that. When you're looking for low price electricity, check with me. Lowest price and Frontier Utilities. Motherhood is hard. And feeling blue is one thing. But this makes...
You see. So to answer your question based on when is the timeline, we're right on time. But the mere fact that they were coming out with this in November, and you can't find this book nowhere down there. There only was a few of them put out because they didn't want social unrest. Most people wouldn't know nobody because everybody's zombies. They don't even know what a black hole is. So as a result, they only put a few out, but the mere fact that they put it out if they running scared. But they know that the link to this is not that because our earth and everything is already in that. They were saying we thought when you entered in a black hole, the shit would all deteriorate or what would all this stuff happen. They was only speculating because they got a smart, they only, the scientific world can't explain it. But the metaphysical world, which they do know, what the white man does know. That particular one, they know that it's based on us. So what they have to do is to keep us dead by keeping the masses of us stupid. To the point where they'll even come out and with truckloads of money. If it gets too fucked up, they'll pay every damn living motherfucker off in this country billions of dollars and give you everything on the planet just to keep you from destroying this shit. You see what I'm saying? But that ain't happening with a few of us. You see what I'm saying? But the key is that's exactly what they'll do. So that's a part of the lockdown plan. It is. That's a part of it. They've been discussing reparations. The reparations that all these black people been into, they don't realize that's government. The government has put that as a side option, as a clause when the shit gets too thick, they will pay every nigga off in this damn thing. If they come to me, I'm taking millions and still kill them. Out of GP. I'll buy a couple of things and then take the rest of it and burn their ass up with the money. But what my point is that's what's actually happening. We are in the hour. It can happen any day now. 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I was in a white Methodist bookstore that I used to frequent down in Atlanta. And they got went in there, the guy was really happy with two white boys, and they were like, man, we're going to this restaurant, man. You know, it's great. We got this, you know, we're going to this Asian restaurant for good news. And I'm like, well, there's an Asian restaurant on every corner. What's the big deal? And the guy said, no, you don't get it, man. He said, we found a place that 98% of everybody who eat there is Asian. And you are the minority. That's an honor. And he's like, don't you understand? If you got Asian restaurants and you don't never see no Asians, right? Even if the white folks being fooled, if you don't never see no Asians, then it's not. Then you know there's something wrong. The Asians know not to eat there because there's something going on. Right. So then I said, give me the name of this place. And me and Sister Ginger was with at the time. We went to eat at this place. We was only not only were we the only blacks, but we were the only people that weren't Asian. And the food tastes like something from another planet. Just the vegetables alone taste like they pulled right outside and brought them in. And the place was packed with Asian. And I saw what the white boy was telling me. You see what I'm saying? And other than Bruce Leroy's is what we got in our community. You see what I'm saying? It's not even Asian food. So what I'm saying is even something, but my point here is that it's even something based on the people who prepare the food. Right. You see what I'm saying on one particular aspect. So that has a lot to do, you see, with everything. You know, so it's interesting here, but then again on the other hand, that also says when I was up in New Jersey, I said, you got this is back in 1996, was doing an election, and I said, well, hell, I'm hungry. I said, is there any Chinese restaurant? And the people looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, what, did I say something wrong? That it was a taboo? God said, man, you don't want to eat nothing damn Asian. And of course, that is right. They got special on National Geographic that over in China, if it moves, they eat it. Right. Right. They eat it. They even got a special routine that they can run and catch cats. Mm-hmm. You got guys who go to Laos and Korea. I seen them go out there and they catch a cat. Yeah, I saw not too long ago. I forget what country they're in. But they had the damn outlaw that shit because it could get ridiculous. It's what I'm trying to say. Because they would catch, like you said, they move, they cook the shit. And so, right, now this is also too, when we went in that particular place with all those Asians, this was another thing. This was another thing. I like to eat a lot of East Indian because John Henry Clark said that they had that even Constantine and the Roman Emperor and other Europeans that ruled later on, the Greeks, the Romans, and early European societies were ruled, and even the Pope, he would travel with these African cooks. And what I noticed is, and it's interesting because they say there's certain spices that the food that they used to eat in the ancient world would taste like something from another planet because there's so many recipes that's been lost. And even if you go to Africa or whatever, you find some stuff that's exotic and that people eat. Remember now, you're still talking about people that came through years of oppression, the slave trade, colonization, or whatever, and you only get the side effect of what it was that we used to eat when we had our paradise, in our golden age, in our grandeur. You see what I'm saying? So I like to, but I do know I like to eat East Indian food because that is a remnant of what was left, like what is left behind of that golden age. But I want to say this. Sister Delbra, down in Atlanta, Georgia, from Serious Times, was born and raised in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And she told me in 2000 that after coming to Albuquerque, New Mexico, And she said, finally, it was full of Mexicans. And she said, finally, I'll tell you something equivalent to that what I had in. It's in Peachtree Valley, which is a place in Atlanta. She said, finally, I'll tell you something equivalent to that which I had in Mexico. And it's interesting to me, ginger found an El Salvadorian place from El Salvador that we used to eat. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make here is there's a magic in the people who prepare the food based on the origin or based on whatever. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes it's best not to cross-pollinate cooks that's cooking some stuff that's not their origin.
Right, and not only that, but something you said from the very beginning. When it comes to mind control and a breakdown and a direction of people, it's when you let an alien come into being.
Exactly.
And that's where it's really, I've gotten bad with us because not only we don't grow our food, we don't even cook this shit no more.
And we don't even know if we eat real food.
And we don't even know if we eat this real.
Like, y'all put on in. Yeah, like the police off the hook. You see what I'm saying? They do far more damage. So the guys that was around this cat is now coming out saying, oh, it's all cool. The police are all right. You see, so they can pay people. They can pay people to do certain things. So it's just very interesting how this whole science is. You can't trust nobody. You see what I'm saying? You can't trust nobody. It's interesting here because they executed. So it's interesting because they announced about the clone meat on ABC and News and all that. One day, it was the day before they executed Saddam Hussein.
Right.
Now know this. They don't kill their enemies. Saddam Hussein, they don't kill their friends. Saddam Hussein was Ronald Reagan's boy. Saddam Hussein went to war with Iran after Iran hostage states. Know this, they don't kill their people. That was Ronald Reagan's right-hand man. So whatever they killed was the duplicate, the clone, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Right. But they don't kill their people. You see, now it's interesting because I was looking and they got pictures. I said, people so dumb. They had Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney sitting on the couch with Saddam Hussein in 1982, chilling. Whenever they sit around chilling and they boys, they don't kill their boys. I thought they not kill a duplicate or whatever. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta understand this whole thing with this war and all this thing is for distraction. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It's for distraction. Let them kill their people. Just all you got to do. See, they already know you don't have nothing like a 2-month memory span. Everybody, you're supposed to be modern society, which means we're into materialism so much, right. And we're into survival mode so much. If you don't remember that past, I used to say 3 years. It's now damn near 2 months. Saddam Hussein being executed. Well, he killed all these so-called people. But you made it home. He killed these people. He killed a couple of thousand. He killed 600,000 since the first of 2003. Like 600,000 miraculous guys. So you see what I'm saying? So for whatever reason, but this is one of the keys. If anybody knows that the week before the war, Bush gave Saddam Hussein 24 hours or 48 hours to get out of Roman Dodge. So if it's looking psychological thing, you was gonna let him go. And now you're gonna tell people And believe me, all anybody, they told me on brand enough. Any ball they go together, they fight. It's already staged. The players is in the game, and nobody gets killed but the public. If someone saying somewhere even on this art, that Florida Noriega, and I give you a few million and for the last dog on 30 years. Meanwhile, they do these types of things. I'll give you some water. Yeah. Take up a collection of that brother right there. That's my brother. That's your brother? Yeah. Hold on, got it going on. You ain't find sisters that long. Like, no, clean my last sisters and nine oh, he brought a collection book. Yeah. But anyway, something to be ready to say. So they keep so like I say, these people are somewhere chilling somewhere. You see, it's all a game.
At HEB, we work hard to buy and make just the right amount of food to keep our stores stocked, not overstocked. But sometimes,
There's always been the women outlive the men, you know what I'm saying? That has something to do with biological reasons. But that would not be the discrepancy. The discrepancy would be circumstances which men put themselves in based on culture that would ultimately kill them off. In this particular case with us it's the indirect dominion under this white man. You see what I'm saying? Is the way that's a conspiracy. You see, debate on them was small in the population and stuff like that. In the population. But my point here is, with the conscious brothers saying, we'll look into this fact. My point here is, who's to make these laws to say that you can't do something? For the mere fact it can't be done means that in actuality, some of that should be done. For the mere fact that you can do it physically means that there wasn't supposed to be, it goes again, one methodology for all the people on the planet. You see what I'm saying? And when you really look at it and stuff, it's no different than when they would say, I don't believe in polygamy. But then again, on the other hand, somebody said, I don't believe in many gods. And it's like Abraham asked the people one time, this was first getting into the consciousness. He said, I want to ask you something. Is there something wrong with worshiping multiple deities? And they are, yeah, it is, And all. He said, wait, hold on. It's right about what you was taught. If you never heard, I worship one God and all of this, would there be something wrong with that? He thought for that to go, I never heard that. No, it wouldn't. Right. Conditions. It's based on conditions. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? It's based on conditions. Now, you see what I'm saying? Now, dealing with the same thing when it comes to this, I'm coming with the polygamy thing. You see, first of all, the women is the one that established it. That's the first thing. Yeah. Women is the one that started polygamy. They started it after the system of polyandry, which was the women had multiple husbands in the pre-dynastic era. And after the matriarchal realm fell to the patriarchal realm, And they started having a disparity between men and female based on wars, based on certain things like that, based on, the man being the weaker species in a particular aspect. His constitution is not as strong as the female, and he was down. The woman is the one that established the polygamy so that her sister could get the chance to share in the prosperity of having a baby. You see what I'm saying? So it was basically inclusive society of a new way that a woman established equality. The women is the one that established that type of thing, of that in the polygamy aspect. You see, it wasn't the males. So, you see what I'm saying? So my point is, who's to say that that's the way it is? And the only reason why they don't have it now in this particular country is not because of moralism. Moralism is where they fool you to keep you in the laws that they want you to keep following. The reason why they don't have it because in America, one man, one woman, one vote, a system of slavery cannot, if I got 5 or 6 women and we all working together and they going out with certain jobs and we feed certain people and we do a thing, and that's a small corporation. Yeah. And you see what I'm saying? And you can break down the dependency on this government. You see what I'm saying like that, no? You know what I'm saying? Right now, even when you just talk about the bills all in your name and you get all delinquent stuff, you see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But if you had 4 or 5 people and the bill was in each other's person's name, that person could pay that one bill. And it wouldn't be delinquent. I wish I had one bill to pay. You got 5 bills to pay, and something goes wrong and stuff, they say, the income tax and the credit keep calling. So the system is not set up for that. That's the real reason why they don't have it in this country. It has nothing to do with moralism. They didn't have it in Europe because capitalism started in Europe. Capitalism was that they went into European societies and kings and queens got together as a consensus. What they did was they went all out to the countryside with armies and gunpoint and forced all the people in from the countryside to force to live in cities, and then they taxed them. And they was in cities, they built industries around this slave labor. Whereas the people who was living out in the countryside, they could farm, they could do all this kind of thing, they was self-sufficient. And so to make the humans outside of self-sufficiency, they forced them into the doggone cities. Now, it's one thing to have city-states and civilizations where our cities was based on we came together, but it was agriculture and all this kind of thing. But it wasn't a forced thing, but it was under the dominion of somebody, these elite group of people ruling over you to work as a worker class to make them rich. You see, this was a form of socialism where you came together and pooled your resources everybody could have. So capitalism in Europe was, they forced all these people outside of their farms and stuff, forced them in the city to work for these elite people and gave them pennies and then taxed their ass. And so, if you got polygamy going on, then you break it down that system, and that's what it is. It's slavery at all costs. So that's what's really going on.
I believe it.
Donna's loving the sound of sun.
That's what I want to go into. I owe it to myself to start my lectures off because I want to show you some things that were missing in the religions, and one of it is the black woman is the key, both spiritual and physical. Now, I'm not just saying this to make it sound good. Somebody asked Dr. Ben about, he came about 2 years ago, about a year ago. Somebody asked him, how are you going to get out of this stuff? And he said, when you start treating the black woman right. And he said, okay, that sounds beautiful. It sounds good. You didn't understand what he really And what I want to say is, I want to give you the feminine principle of what the world is missing. And this is one of the keys that will shape our salvation. And this is one of the keys that snuffed out. We want to lift that veil right now. Fertilization, I'll explain it another. It's a constellation in the temple of Denver in Kemet, or Egypt, if you don't know what Kemet is, or Egypt. In this constellation, it's showing you that Egypt was in fact heaven on earth. And it's actually showing you they got this constellation is in the ceiling. It's now hanging in the Paris museum called the Louvre in Paris. And what this circle represents is heaven. I want you to put the other one on because I want to show you. This circle represents heaven. I guess you better go back to the other one because, yeah, I'll put some on. And you can't see that. I'll show you another picture of great mother in a minute. In this circle is heaven. And in the center of this circle is supposed to be the creation story. And it's supposed to be the creator. And in the center is a hippopotamus god. It represents a feminine principle. Now we're talking about a spiritual element. Now we have gone to the physical manifestation. It's a hippopotamus god. It represents the gods. It represents a pregnant woman because the hippopotamus has a big stomach and it has breast, and it also it goes in and out of the water. That represents the womb. We call that a water cow. It represents the womb. Now, in here, she has given birth right here, and we'll explain it in a minute, to her son. Her son is called Soot or Set. Now, Soot or Set, we say Set is one word, S-A-T, no, S-E-T, S-U-T, Soot would be proper word, S-E-T, Set, or Seth, S-E-T-H, or Set type. It depends on what area you're in, whether the word changed. Later on, Satan have gotten that we're in another era. Set is her first son, and he's given dominion over all of the heavens. You see, starting from here, this represents all of the heavens, which means all of the stars and all of the gods, the lines of divine. And even down to the God that you worship today is in here. It's just the names are changed. You clear? So he's given dominion. He rules the celestial pole. He's the firstborn of Adam. Tops earth. Earth means earth. You know, Mother Earth, this whole concept. And he's the first one. And you know we have that in the biblical story of you have a God, and you have this first angel Lucifer, and he's over all of heaven, and one day God is the way he said all this. This is where it comes from. Now, what happens is, and then she's giving birth to different elements all over. Now, what you have is, you have these women right here. These women represent Isis, and she's holding up the pillars of heaven. So not only showing you that, hey, the creator is feminine, it's showing you the person that holds the pillars of heaven is also God, which is represented in the great goddess. Okay? Oh, right here, you have an ordinary woman. She's not a god, she's not a goddess. She's an ordinary woman. She's an ordinary black woman in Kemet, Egypt. So it's showing you, everything that they do is symbolic. Nothing is done without a reason. So common sense is she's here with some significance. They don't generate nothing. You know, that's the Greek way, that's our way. Symbols without substance. That's the white man's way since we live in this planet, and this is the time we on. Everything is done for a reason. She's an ordinary woman woman of that day would probably, and this concept is thousands of years old, even before the white man comes on the planet. So what it's saying is, this is the spiritual manifestation of God, and this is the physical manifestation of God. He is the same kind of universe, got out of that room. You understand? Now, she's got her son set, she's giving him dominion over everything. But one day, he gets jealous because the people, the world at that time, is still worshiping her. And he wants to be worshipped too. You see, they're still worshiping him, her. And later on, he gets cast out. It's the same Lucifer story, how God gets cast out of him, how the devil gets cast out of him. Later on, he gets cast out. Now, what we have here is, he later on comes in another fable, another mythological story, the Osirian drama, as the evil brother. As the evil brother. But at first, he was a male prototype of which all the other gods fashioned themselves after, including Osiris, Horus, and all. And we must know that these are two different stories, because in one story you have Horus, which is represented right here as the elder. And in another story you have Horus, the baby. And you can't get the stories mixed up together, because we have a creation story, and we have a story, the Osiris drama, that lays down the principles for Kemet. You see? And then you have a rebirth of Horus, and you have Set being born again as an evil, but he's being born again by his mother is Nut and Gaia. The goddess Nut and Gaia. And they have the son Osiris and Isis, Osar, and Set. The African name, Heru, Horus is Isis and Osiris' son. But they have Osar, Set, and they have Sut, and they have Nephthys, which is a Greek name also. Nephthys is the sister, brother and sister of Osiris and Isis. You got 4 people. Now, Sut, or Set, is representative of a single male deity. You know he has a sister. In some kind of way, his sister is unmanifest, so he doesn't have a spiritual half to balance him off. You understand? The spiritual half comes through the female principle. Now, you know this side. Now you have Seth. So he's, in this tale, he is an evil god, a god of destruction, and a god of evil. And I'm going to show another picture of the great mother before I go home. Show you another picture of the superpower god, how it really looks. You see, she has this, and she's holding the arm. She has a big stomach as a pregnant woman. You understand? These horns represent Hathor, so because she's the prototype of all great mothers. Isis is a great mother. Osiris, Isis is a great mother. Hathor is a great mother. We have Shephet is a great mother. And these great mothers have different principles, just as the male Jesus have different principles. But because Seth doesn't have, because his sister Nephthys is unmanifested, he doesn't have a sister, so he's imbalanced. He has an imbalance. He comes back later as a single male deity that represents the imbalance. Now, what happens to her? Because later on, the deities change into, not necessarily Egypt, because she was around also almost to the end. They recognized her. But what happened was, what happened later on, I'm talking about the Bible, and I'm talking about the Quran, I'm talking about the Torah. All of a sudden, in Genesis, we have the feminine principle being a great deceiver. You know, she gives, she tricks Adam, so-called, stupid story, tricks Adam into going into abiding the apple and all this. She becomes a great deceiver, and as a result of them messing up and all this, they got to go and she has to bear children. The childbirth is her punishment for doing this. And Adam is such a dumb fool, all of a sudden. But the responsibility is off the man. You see how this thing becomes switched around all of a sudden? And anyway, this particular woman, the great mother, is seen in Revelation, between Genesis and Revelation, from Genesis to Revelation. The woman is seen not as a goddess anymore, not as a god, but is seen as a Revelations, verse 5, 6, or 7. She becomes a great whore, the abomination. That's called a harlot. This is the prototype of the scarlet lady in red, and red represents the blood. You see? So now, let's just use common sense here. Everything that governs the universe, and then you go to the animals, everything that creates, and everything that nourishes and takes care of is a feminine principle, or feminine being. All of a sudden, we got literature, scripts, or ancient documents, or new documents, is in direct opposition to what it was in the beginning. Now you can understand how things happen and how we fail. Based upon that, I don't want to go too far in it, but I wanted to show you this because once I get back into what I'm getting into, this is going to come up again because this is real key. Once we move on the slides. This is another different aspects of her, the great mother Adventist. APET, Autonomous Virtue, great mother. This was another zodiac showing the crocodile figure was also seen as a great mother. And this is, you see the zodiac that you have today, this is certain different elements of the zodiac. I don't have time to go into it, but it's showing you the birth of the first Egyptian calendar comes from this great mother scene in this creation scene. It's totally different now. It's known as the Great Bed in Greek now. You see, you have the Greek calendar. It started by Julius Caesar. The first constellation that I showed you comes from this temple. And this temple is called the Temple of Hathor at Genital. And it's called the Temple of the Virgin Birth. And that round circle that I first showed you is up in the top of this. But the beast, the white man, went in the 19th century, 1800s, and blew this down. Blew it down, didn't touch it, he blew it down and took it to France. And it's in the Louvre in Paris now. Then he took another plastic cast and put it up in the top of it. You can go to Paris now, I think you can see it, I'm not sure. Because Charles Finch said he saw it last summer. 2 summers ago. Dr. Charles Finch is over in Morehouse Medical School. Now here on him in a few.
Get a Jimmy John's Steakhouse turkey tongue or the pepe, chips and a drink for $8.99 with our summer sandwich tickets. Try all natural turkey or smoked ham or Italian meats and cheese. That $8.99 can't do. At Jimmy John's, well, that's good.
He said, this again is also talking about an alternative reality that the earth is actually going to for our people to turn it into, which is called India, also now put back to Yemen, which is the great mother, the great mother, and it's the resting place for humanity. This for humanity. It's also people that I'm going to get to. You go through a few other things right now, and I'm going to get to this. Go through some of this stuff here so we can get to this voodoo war. Pain and suffering is the only true thing that is pure. Suffering is just like the God Inanna. Now, Inanna, if you get the book, there's a book called the Book of Inanna. And in there, she has to go through a whole series of transformations. Now, she has to take off all this jewelry, all her clothes. She has to strip, because she's ascending into a world to get to a higher level. And at the end of the sea, this again is also talking about
what is the last eclipse of the, they say the last eclipse of the millennium? I say that it was very significant inwardly than it was outwardly. I think it represents a certain energy, not only on the planet, but a certain energy that is now we have available to us to polarize within us. You see, if you go and read any of these books, even when you read the Bible, because like I said, now I'm not telling you to abandon the Bible, because I just tell you to just get the first 4 Gospels also too, and that way you can be done with the stuff. And even though those people who wrote those were doggone masters, Paul was a doggone Gnostic priest. You see what I'm saying? And I would say also, to look at what stages. In every stage, they got a certain stage that not only did they say the world takes, but the body takes. Your Revelation is nothing but a book of alchemy. That's what it is. It's a book of alchemy. The red dragon, the green dragon, the white horse, and all that stuff is going on inside. What is the last eclipse of the? They say the last eclipse of the millennium.
What if you were expecting and got unexpected news? Your heart valve isn't working properly. Some propose an invasive open heart surgery, but your innovative Houston Methodist team has an alternative plan. They create a tiny incision to replace your heart valve and save 2 lives. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
People, we are all here in this space to be able to get some knowledge from Brother Bobby Hemmett on the Mother Goddess power force. Ancient prophecy in changing times. But before I bring this brother on, I just want to go over a few house rules that we all need to be in cooperative spirit about. If you have your pager or your cell phone on, please either at this time cut them off or put them on vibrator. If you need to go out to the bathroom, the men's and women's washroom is directly out the door that you came in across the wall. You should take your ticket that you were given. It was stamped on the back. You should take your ticket with you when you go out into the hallways, because you will need that ticket to come back into the space. The other house rule is that we should not be wandering off throughout this building. We have only secured this space here, so we should just go out into the hall or use the bathroom and come back in, because this building does have security staff, and they will either escort you where you belong or they will escort you out the building. Okay, can we all be in agreement? All right. So without further ado, I was told that this brother needs no introduction, so I'm not about to stand up here and give him one. He will come in his own way. Brother Bobby Hemmett, talking about the Mother Goddess force in power, ancient prophecy in changing times. Let's give a round of applause.
Okay. All right. Took 4 years to get back, and now I'm back in a couple months. That's good. I guess they were saving the best for last. And you know what happens that way too. Because if you can conquer this place, you can pretty much go to the Mars. And that was interesting, because the first time I came, the brother Yoel, he said, look, man, I was going to tell you about the people in Chicago. I'm like, man, save it, man. I done been all over this country. You know, I conquered Harlem and Brooklyn. He said, no, man. He said, no. He said, nobody like these black folks in Chicago. And he's right. I think you all got the rest of the country beat. And I think that also has something to do with spirit, too. It has something to do with the unique people. And you should always they say that you can tell the one that the government has more force in and more input in trying to disperse you, trying to discombobulate you, trying to annihilate you, and that is the reason. They study migration patterns. They study migration patterns. They know certain group of people came from Alabama, Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? They knew that the New York people, a lot of them came from South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia. But, you know, you have Georgia and, you know, you have, it's interesting because when I was in college, I think I knew one person from Chicago when I was in South Carolina. Then I went to Crockett, that was at Ability College, the black school in South Carolina, in Columbia. But I went to Crockett, Atlanta, I met a whole group of people from Chicago. So there's different migration patterns. And I say that to say that the government studies the migration patterns on where certain brothers and sisters either come out of slavery or roots from the Caribbean, and they study this stuff night and day. So they know just exactly what type of brand of Negro that they're dealing with in certain cities. You see, certain cities. It's just like where I'm from in South Carolina. They were real hard on the brothers and sisters in South Carolina because they knew that South Carolina has more black people as a state than any place in the country. You got whole counties of black people that outnumber the whites. But yet the whites win in the elections every year. You know what I'm saying? So that means that they got a certain mentality that they put on a certain Negro at a certain time. But then again, they know that there's also certain talents. Like, you know, like my town, the town I'm from, was a small town, Mullins, South Carolina. Everybody in the town has a sense of humor. Everybody, my mama, my grandmother, my aunt, my uncle, everybody in the town has, it's almost like you couldn't survive in the town not unless you had a sense of humor. So it stands the reason that at the same time that crack, cocaine was going into big cities, Mullins had an infestation of crack. We talking about over 15, 16, 17 years ago. That meant that the government said, wait a minute, these are a special brand of Negro. Because they study not only, they study on the sociological path of what type of Africans doing what type of thing. Well, you say, well, why would this small town, population 6,000, is not even on the map? Why would they have crack cocaine epidemic the same time the major cities was having it 20 years ago, 18 years ago? You know, when this thing started really hit, we tracked it back to 1983. Shortly after, like I said, the country didn't really know about it as an epidemic, as a national phenomenon until the basketball player, Lenny Myers, died in 1986. You know, before we went to the Boston Celtics, you know, the number one draft pick, and he ended up going up there and getting killed over the summer, smoking some crack, burst or whatever. But at the same time, the town in South Carolina was getting crack infestation. Now, this has a lot to do with the science of how they study us. Well, why is it all these places, this little town is not even on the map, would have the same plight as major cities? It is because they have studied the history, and one of the history is the modern age, the 20th century. No town in South Carolina had a riot. The same time the riots was going on in 1968, you know, was going on, you know, when they killed Martin Luther King and all was going across the country, except this one town called Mullins. So the government said, wait a minute, them niggas were the only one that had a riot at that time. So we're going to send the massacre to that particular part of the state. Another aspect that happened was white boy wrote the book The Flash of the Spirit. Can't think of the guy name. Wrote the book The Flash of the Spirit. Right. Did some studies and said, well, it's interesting here that a lot of the slaves from South Carolina came from the Congo. That's very key. Now, we're going to track this Congo thing, because that's very key on a lot of things that's happening right now. This also has something to do with the Rwanda aspect that happened 10 years ago. And all of a sudden, you got two movies. Hotel Rwanda, and the one that's airing tonight on HBO. The one that's airing tonight on HBO. What's the name of that? It's called something. What, anybody know? It's a Rwanda. It's something. Anyway, it's coming on tonight on HBO. So you people in the elected units, just tune in on Tuesday night. Whatever comes on Saturday night comes on Tuesday night. So you'll be able to catch it on Tuesday night. And then it'll play for the next 6 months. But anyway, why did this Rwanda thing come out 10 years after the crime? Well, that's another thing. Number one, they never report a lot of incidents when it comes to us and the subjects that they ruled in the same century. So because we're in a new century, and this happened in the 1990s and the 20th century, it's okay. It's the things that they do. A lot of things have been going on, a lot of reports. You had a Marcus Garvey special that came out. You had a lot of things that normally you would never get in the century that it was in. And a lot of things coming out on PBS, and a lot of the cable stations also have a lot of documentaries that you normally wouldn't get. The reason why is because we're in a new century. And for some reason, the people who rule over us say you never track the plight of a person in that same century. So this is the way they do it. Unfortunately, it was 10 years before anybody knew about it, as far as the masses. But you already had two aspects of the Rwanda thing. Stay with me because I'm going to go into that at the in the middle of the lecture to tell you some other things on the spirit level, what is going on with this. So whatever we have on the physical realm, there's a spiritual realm that is dealing with certain amount of things. And we're going to get into this incident that just happened in Atlanta last weekend with the guy, what's the guy's name? Brian Nichols, which is nothing but, what you call it, MK Ultra, which is Manchurian candidate. So we're going to go into that, but it's more than just that saying, well, let's just test it out on this Negro and see what they kill people. No, they've been doing that with the Crips and Bloods, because the Crips and Bloods was put together at Pepperdine University, and they were also in the MK Ultra. So we're finding out why people just all of a sudden start killing. Like in 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks in Philadelphia, they had 18 murders. Black on black. That's MK Ultra. You see. Also, starting this past summer, they have had literally dozens of black men raping 80-year-old women. See what I'm saying? That's MK. That means that there's a new face of terrorism. We're going to go into this particular part. So, we're going to go into that particular part. You think it's ready for what? Man, to do this? You won't? Oh, you won't? Okay, cool. Oh, you straight then. So, we're going to go for libations. You want to do that on the tape too? All right. Polarization. And then we're going to go into what happened. And it's not just, I'm going to give you the real reason behind it and track this thing. You see what I'm saying? The real reason. This starts with not only Timothy McVeigh, but here's this other Nichols, Terry Nichols, and you got Brian Nichols. Everything is everything. So we got to give you the key on what's really going on behind why this guy snapped. You see what I'm saying? And went postal all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? You've heard that before. I had the opportunity when I was in college to work for the post office. And I understand when I see people shooting each other up in the post office, I don't say a damn word. I say, I know what they have. Because they say, well, they ask the question, they say, well, why did you do it? Why did you go post? And they say, the mail never stopped running. And they're right. The mail never stops running. When we get out for a room full of mail, and at 6 o'clock, there's another room full of mail. So I understood that particular aspect. But there's more than just this guy snapping. We're going to get into that particular aspect. We got a lot of things to cover. I'm going to do my infomercial right now. history of melanin. It was a book put together a couple of years ago by myself. Anyway, we was able to hit this particular thing out. So we got a few copies of these. The people want to give them. That's only $5 for the book. We have also this particular thing here. When I was talking about Lakshmi, which is also the one you will see here, is also the goddess of prosperity, wealth, as well as a form of Mayat. There's a form of Mayat. But I know everybody needs some damn money. Know what I'm saying? Because as we know, I don't understand how we survive. When you go to the supermarket and you can't even go in there without dropping $40. You know what I'm saying? And that's for some bread and some meat, two, 3 sodas or whatever. You know what I'm saying? If you want to really do some serious shopping, you know what I'm saying? You gotta start at a damn $100. You know what I'm saying? That's just starting. And that's the people who don't have no children. You see what I'm saying? So I know in this warfare, people need some money. There's a science to Think and Grow Rich. You gotta have the book Think and Grow Rich. It wasn't a hodgepodge or some type of hocus pocus. There was a science to that based on the mindset. And so here's an affirmation for the goddess Lakshmi, and you recite this affirmation.
Blink and get more with new 2K Plus Smart Security. With Blink 2K Plus, get set up in minutes to see every detail.
Thinking of selling or trading your vehicle?
Get the big check guarantee at FredHas Toyota World.
The #1 Toyota dealer in Texas.
Get the big check guarantee from the FredHas Big Check Buyback Center.
Our goal is to pay you more for your car than any other dealer, and we'll write the check to prove it.
FredHas writes big checks every day for all makes and models.
Plus, shop
In the mornings or whatever they say do it, and basically you create a force field around you that attracts money and attracts things. It's just like, it's the same thing happening with sisters. You be looking for a man, but in the process, as time goes on, each day your self-esteem plummets further and further and further into the depths. And so once your self-esteem goes down and you don't have the confidence in yourself, then what happens is you stop radiating a certain energy that attracts people to you. You understand what I'm saying? That attracts people to you. So you start radiating that essence. And then you can see somebody, you say, she don't look like shit. How the hell she get to be like that? You know what I'm saying? No, the difference is her self-esteem wasn't damaged going into a certain incontinuance. So these are the master spiritual laws and certain things that you emit. And it's just like anything else, based on psychology, based on these white folks going and spending thousands of dollars at these seminars, and basically they keep telling them over and over again, it's all based on your thinking, your thoughts. Well, it's the same thing with the money thing also. This like that one of the guys, I think one a rich man tells his son, and a poor man tells his son. And he said, and the guy said, I was raised, my mother was with a poor man at first, and then she divorced and she got with a rich man, and he said he knew the difference because of as far as his different fathers. He said a poor man would go, we can't afford it, I don't have enough money for that. You see, he said, but the rich father would go, well, even though they didn't have enough money at the time, he said, let's figure out a way on how we can get that. But the whole concept of we can't afford it, I don't have enough money, never entered into the process of the psyche. So there was a certain way that one father thought. Well, it's the same thing. We're still talking metaphysics. Everything is based on archetype of the collective unconsciousness, on how you emit things, and how you basically relay your thoughts between the spirit world, which is your deepest part of your subconscious mind, or the physical world. You see, so this particular piece here on Lakshmi is an affirmation. Fortunately, on this particular aspect, there is an actual goddess of prosperity. So you know, you go to Asia and you see they got all these conferences, these books on feng shui. And feng shui is how you situate your house and situate your environment so that you can get a certain amount of flow of energy coming in. Well, the feng shui is a later system. The original feng shui goddess is the goddess Lakshmi. You see, the goddess Lakshmi is the goddess of prosperity. We'll show the pictures. This is Lakshmi, and this is Lakshmi, and even this is a form of Lakshmi also, which I'll get into in a few minutes. So anyway, we have the affirmation to Lakshmi also. We got a few dynamite CDs that have a different of the speakers speaking over the beats on the music. The brother named Darren Rice out of Charlotte, North Carolina. I put those together, as well as I got a few DVDs and stuff like that, you know, that you can also get. One of them is this Love DVD, which is pretty much a smoker. It's The Mysteries of Love, which is the science of love. Science of love. And I was in St. Louis doing a lecture, and I was breaking out the science of love, and this girl came and she said, no, you need to do a whole lecture on that. I said, I've been doing lectures on it for the last 5 years. She said, no, I'm a complete lecture. So one lecture read in two, so we have that, as well as an actual tape on the goddess Lakshmi. So we have those, which leads us to these particular pictures right now that we're talking about here. You have Biot, which is coming from the sarcophagus. I talked about this the last time. The sarcophagus of King Tut. You got the goddess Biot. For protection, this is the goddess Kali. Everybody needs a form of Kali for protection. This is an ass-whipping deity. So this is the goddess Kali. This is coming from the ancient Dravidians, or what they call Hindu Kush. So this is actually pre-dynastic Egyptian. Everybody needs to align themselves with some Kali energy. Whenever you are feeling evil, you women, whenever you're feeling evil, don't look at yourself as being negative. That's just a part of your not feeling right. That's the Kali energy in you, which means that this is an energy that predates the physical laws of creation. It's a chaos energy that gave birth to creation. So whenever you were feeling like a bitch, that's not necessarily negative. It's just that you have been in a patriarchal society that that praises certain aspects of male psyche, and when it comes to you, suppress those things. You see what I'm saying? So his hero status and warrior status is celebrated in all ancient religions and all ancient cultures. Whereas your particular power, when it's time for you to get the bitch and say, I'm gonna put up somebody's behind, that's scorned, vilified, and shunned, because here goes again. That's that double, you see, aspect of someone praising one thing and vilifying another thing. So the goddess Kali is very powerful at this time, and really powerful at this time, so that's what caused the tsunami. But again, at that particular time, we're talking about the mother goddess. The mother goddess. Now you say, well, this guy said these pictures, and I'm told, I can see it's a method to my madness. This cost me $200 damn. You see what I'm saying? So I had to go get a rare book that was hid in France, because this is coming from the ancient Dravidian people, and it's a rare book, so I had to pay $200 for the book. But that's how much you will go to get the information to your people. You see what I'm saying? So that's a very rare book. This one is the money maker, because this one, without a shadow of a doubt, and we'll show this again on the overhead if you don't see this. This is the Madonna and Child. In this particular case, it's also the goddess Lakshmi, holding up to the god Kama, which is desire, or Eros. You know what is Eros or Cupid? In Egypt, it's the baby Eros, and in Rome is Cupid, and later on is the baby Jesus. And in Hindu is the baby Krishna. This is the same aspect of the divine Mary, but without a shadow of a doubt, that's a sister. If anybody, hold on, let me do this right quick. Cut off the lights right quick. I'm gonna show this. So you don't have no doubt, cut off all of them right quick. That's a sister. That be a sister. Look at the thighs, look at the hips, look at the bosom, and look at the dreadlocks, or the locks. You see what I'm saying? So this is without a shadow of a doubt, a sister. This has been hidden for years. They hid it over in France. So in so many words, you have the caste system of East Indians. They go, look, we got all the black art of the original Dravidian people that basically is a black origin. We don't want to see that black origin. So what happened was, when England started ruling India, the caste system of the lighter-skinned East Indians gave all this to the British Museum and also to Museum Guinée in France. So a lot of this is hidden in France. You go to France, there's the Louvre, which is the big museum. This is a smaller museum where all of this stuff was hidden. That's why it cost me $200 just to get this. You see what I'm saying? A picture's worth 1,000 words. So they gave up all those black, untouchable, original pre-dynastic, what they call Hindu Kush, or Indus Kush, which is Ethiopia, which is the people of that original land, or pre-dynastic Egyptian. And this is one of probably one of the oldest ones that we have of the Madonna and Child. You see, hidden in France up until January of this year. You see what I'm saying? When I had to go shift out and get some rare books, and the white boy I got $200. It came out in 1974. Not in this country, $200. What you gonna do? See what I'm saying? Y'all all right? So we have this also. All of these are fine, but you cut them to life. You can cut them to life because we'll cut them. They can kill them all of them. Yeah. We also have, this is the temple of Dendera, which is the temple, which is the goddess Hathor, which is the goddess Hathor, well I should have that, which is the goddess Hathor, which is the Egyptian equivalent to the goddess Lakshmi. This is the temple of Dendera. This is the inside zodiac of Dendera. It was blown down, is now in the Louvre in France, which so whenever you get an argument of whether God will, this old male deity shit, this concept here is 90,000 years old. And in the middle of this concept, there's a hippopotamus deity with breasts, which means it's the great mother. There's nothing that predates this, so the argument, the getting is up with the male patriarchy aspect of God being a man. So once you bring them back, now this is 90,000 years old, the concept. And there was an older temple in ancient Egypt that when they were getting ready to build a modern temple, a temple of Dendera, they had a papyrus inside the crack of the wall. And basically the papyrus gave the complete dimensions of all the hieroglyphics of Meta that was on the temple. So basically, they just built a new fortified temple based on the structure in stone, but the hieroglyphics and the concepts and the motifs were 90,000 years old, as Gerald Massey puts it. Book of the Beginning, Volume 2. As a result, this zodiac is the oldest that we know, known to man. But in the middle of that is the woman. You see, so this is in France. This is the inside of the temple of Dendera that you'll be able to see, and you'll be able to see. Now, the temple of Dendera is here ruled every summer. There's a grand procession of a marriage goes on with the Egyptian Christ, Horus the Head Every summer, they marry rendition is the Temple of Harvest of Aaron. And they marry these two temples. And they have a grand procession where one leaves, I think that one comes out of the Temple of Harvest, and procession goes into the Temple of Indra. This is the Temple of Harvest at Edgewood. They marry these two temples, which also is symbolic of the sacred spirit.
Great, especially with the help of Zero Counting Song. I can keep my cash flow forward.
Imagine you are like them. Strains happen, and sniffles, and sometimes, who knows? That's why Houston Methodist has primary care near you. A network of specialists right in your corner, and same-day clinics or virtual care at the ready. So you can keep doing it all. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you. Houston Methodist. Leading medicine.
Meet your new obsession, full face waxing. Learn more, book today at waxcenter.com.
Marriage. So also, when you want to get some good romantic aspect, then you hook up and get the second part of this for people who got the dinner and have the whole set, because there's a sacred marriage going on. This is the guy that flashed me that I said the last time we only had this particular picture of voluptuousness at that particular time that was drawn from the Museum Grenade. I have a Grenade. I have the sister that's been hooked up with me for years, the sister, Kimberly, she's a French lady, so she said Grenade. And I said it says Grenade. G-U-I-N-E-T, Grenade. She said, no, that's Grenade. So, okay, then. We only had this rendition, so I had to go, and the 200, so in order to get the real stuff in this museum, I finally found the real statue of the same Lakshmi of the museum of Grenade. This is the new one, the real statue of the same Lakshmi. We found this, the last time I came, this was, since this in January, I was able to locate this, and this is all coming from the same museum of Grenade. They gave me this Kali, this Madonna and Child, and also this Lakshmi. This is the drawing I only had. And this one was a small picture in a book, in a satanic book. If you would put the satanic thing to keep you out of it. You know, so that's a code. You want to hide something? Put it in the devil. This thing was so scary. You know, you send your kids to people, you know, you be educated every day to people who don't mean you no harm, but you still have a fictitious figure. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, so this one was hit, and I had to roll this one up. So you have to go, it's a form of anthropology. You have to go far and beyond to get to actual things, to retrieve these things. So I only had this one, but we was able to find this one. Also, here again, the temple of Kalamajo in India, where they have these particular people making love. Like I said, we didn't see any pictures of this one. It's only from the 1960s. And it finally became a couple of books out now. It costs a lot of money. Where they got this temple where they just make love. It's just thousands of statues. But they don't want to show you these statues because they don't want you to see black men and women embracing in love. So we talked about this the last time in Colorado. You can get a rendition of that temple. They made a movie called Kama Sutra back in 1995 or 96. And you can see the Colorado is there. And so this is also coming from that. And last but not least, this is the temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia, which we'll be focusing on today. Because there's a lot of stuff coming out of that. The prediction of the tsunami, black people going into slavery, the slave ships, all recorded on this temple of Vietnam, which gives you the key on why they really fought that war in Vietnam. And it has a lot to do with the temple of Angkor Wat, which is the size of two Manhattans. An entire temple that is built that is the size of two Manhattans. temple in the world. You see what I'm saying? Where the entire hammer of ancient Cambodian civilization lived in the temple. And it was the size of 2 manhans. And so we're getting into this type of thing, but here's another one that was the jungle covered it up and they didn't want people to see what was actually going on. So these are some actual pictures and things that we got that we retrieved that you can also have access to when we go to the break or whatever. Now, moving right along, what's that? Mm-hmm. What's that? Oh yeah, right. Okay, that's a good idea. You right on it. Yeah, okay, right. All right. A lot of times, you'll be in your house and you just start feeling bad. You don't know what it is. You just have these negative feelings, and you go, wait a minute, the gas didn't get cut off. The children didn't go to gym. You can't figure out why you're feeling these negative feelings because nothing is wrong in your life. But there's these negative feelings that you'll come down with, and you don't understand what's going on. That is because there's negative spirits that's in your dwelling place and in your house. Well, the first thing here is to eliminate most negative spirits, you must clean your home. Because the negative energies and the negative spirits, they hang around filth. And even if you say, well, I'm not filth, I'm just pepper, they even hang around cars. You ever clean up a room and just, I'm not talking about filth. That's the difference. That's the low end. But I'm talking about, we as black people are consumers. We tend to collect a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, you just say, I can't take it no more. You'll just start cleaning up. And you'll clean up. And then all of a sudden, things become peaceful and serene. You know what I'm saying? So that's the first aspect to deal with your particular dwelling space. The other aspect is this. 90%, a lot of times, when you get sick, it is because there's a spirit in there, there's a sick spirit in your house. You see what I'm saying? In these sports fields, there's a sick entity in your house. And you will become sick. And a lot of times, if you just clean up and banish that, the forces within you, the forces around you, might gather up enough energy to start healing you. So I'm not talking to, we want to bring this to a level that you understand this on a level that maybe our grandparents weren't able to tell you scientifically, but they were right on time. Because as soon as you stop doing what they said, that's when you got fucked up. You know what I'm saying? That's when you got messed up. There are certain things. What you think? Your boy had, thousands of patents. George Washington Carver. All come from the spirit realm. You see what I'm saying? You just know it. You see, there's force fields. There's a reason, even when it comes to this, there's a reason why they made these things voluptuous statues. I have an overhead projector at my house. The other day, I took this overhead and put it on the wall in the living room with this temple I built to latch me in the front room. All of a sudden, me and the goddess start bumping and grinding and down there kill ourselves. Okay, so our 1 year anniversary of being together, you think of hell is me. That's the time when the juice starts to peel off. We was up in there damn near about to kill ourselves, but I'm like, what the hell is going on? And it's because we projected a certain amount of energy that brought a certain amount of sexual energy in the dwelling place, and damn near broke some vessels and everything else. You see, damn near needs some crutches and some harnesses and shit. So there's certain energy and force fields that scientifically there's things around you that can help you, and you still relying on the physical aspect, which means is the white boy is going to tell you that his science, what happened? Let me explain. brother Napoleon. And they started calling out thousands of artifacts and put them around Europe. Then they had several conferences. And these people came in after they translated hieroglyphics, which was a brother from Chicago, a black man, who actually was the one who translated the hieroglyphics. And after they did that, they were able to come up with tons of mysteries in the late 1800s and early 1900s, and they would say, hold on, don't present this to the public. And what they would do is they would take 40, 50 years, even sometimes 100 years, just to come up with their physical science way to explain something that they knew from our black science 150 years ago, 120 years ago. They say, no, we got to wait. We can't put the real aspect of this science out. We have to wait until we come up with our own methodology based on our way that we present science to the world. And therefore, you say, God damn, that white man is brilliant. He just comes up with all kinds of stuff. He had the real knowledge 50 years. 70 years before it wasn't presented until he found painstaking ways to come up with this in his methodology. Therefore, to put you under mind control to think that he's synonymous with technology. You see what I'm coming from here? So they will hold on to things until they find a way in their methodology to explain it. And they had these things before the turn of the century. Before the turn of the 20th century. You see what I'm saying? But they held on to these things because the key is to make you think that in actuality he's superior. And you are not. But that same science that they found out, your fucking grandma and them was doing the same shit. And you ask them, they say, I don't know, I just know. I just know. You understand what I'm coming from here? So we're talking about this type of science that you have to tap back in, but you gotta have confidence. You gotta have confidence. And you must fight against your left brain mentality. Or what we say, left brain privilege, those particular people that were educated in the West. The think that somehow my education is superior over that which is black and over that which is indigenous. It has to have this white element in it. And this is the inferiority that happens when you become educated. Which is trained, which has nothing to do with any type of knowledge anyway. The point I'm trying to make here is we have to tap back into the science that has to do with what we think of. Now, what do you mean by that? You think of profound things every day, but you just dismiss it because you didn't hear the general society say it. You understand what I'm saying? So there's things that you knew was right. You had these epiphanies every day, but you dismissed it. So I'm just crazy. You know what I'm saying? And then 10 years down the road, you see some shit on TV and you were like, oh shit, I thought about that 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So we have to come out of this, we have to condition our mind because we are the ones that slated at this particular time to take this to the other level. You understand what I'm saying? Take this to the other level. Now, going back to what I was saying, there's these particular spirits. First thing we want to do is we want to get a certain amount of negative energy around you. Well, the first thing you got to do is this here. Cut yourself off from negative people. We got a lot of negative black people. You know what I'm saying? You know, put down your shades. You know, they might knock on your door. Make a rule. Damn a nigga cell phone time now. Damn a nigga come to your house for an hour. Put down your window. Be quiet. Don't answer the phone. Do what you got to do. Cut yourself off from people. I got a homeboy. He come over, and the next thing we gotta go is, we gotta go check out the Indonesia, we gotta see. I gotta go take some colon cleansers, some Centipede. I gotta clean out. Because when he comes up in there, you literally get sick. You got new ones like this. Y'all serious stuff. This warfare. And it's in the warfare, a lot of times, it's not the miraculous thing that's going on in the government. It's in your own community, and it's with your own people, because we were made slaves. We were made savages. We are savage people. Why do you say that? I'm telling you that black people now, we are at the worst point that we've ever been. What I mean by that is, we used to have an extended hand or an extended community. I just had a movie that came out a month ago, Lackawanna Blues, to celebrate a black woman that helped everybody in her life, all the misfits, which in so many words was a microcosm of the black community in the 1950s, the 1940s, the 1960s. You understand what I'm saying? Because before we became this postmodern society, whereas I don't want to know you, you know what I'm saying? Because knowing you mean you might come and knock on the door and want to grab some shit at the wrong time. It's not that bad. You know, it's savage, you know, it's not like the movie Road Boy. You see these movies of the future where you gotta hide the gasoline because they got these zombies and stuff they coming and they want to kill everything. This is what's happening now. So the Omega Man, Night of the Living Dead, Road Boy, where they stealing gas and killing each other. We're doing that now. You see what I'm saying? In this civilized, barbaristic way. You know, I meet a group of people up the street. They had a year. I just so happened to start talking to them one day, because the human side of me pops out. I started talking to them one day. We had a conversation about 30 minutes. And that night, this nigga knocking on my door trying to borrow some goddamn money. I said, now all I got is $4. That'll do. I can't get $4. Never got it back. You can come back 2 weeks later trying to borrow more money. I said, I know it's only $4, Mr. Principal, nigga. You just borrowed this shit from me. But it's not necessarily $4. It's just that I only met that guy that day. He don't know me that well. Knock on my damn door and ask for a cup of rice. You see what I'm saying? What I'm just trying to say is this large-hearted, zombie-like type of thing. We can't even trust our people. There's a flaw in all of our characters. We are fucked up. They got nothing to do with no white man. You know what I'm saying? And no matter how much we glorify, we have slipped to the lowest level. You know what I'm talking about. Because 98% of the complaints you doing is the niggas in your doggone neighborhood that you know. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? There are alternatives, though. I'm not talking about doom and gloom. I'm not talking about doom and gloom, and I'm not talking about we got to come together.
Ayla just discovered that on Vinted, she can easily earn extra cash. All she has to do is list and sell what she doesn't wear anymore. And with 0 selling fees, she keeps every dollar she earns. Don't wear it, sell it.
Wake up with sunlight streaming in. Smiles greet you at every turn. Your favorite flavors await. Enjoy, always on the menu. Celebrating life's finest moment.
Create your own sunshine and embrace a gradually deeper tan daily with Jergens Natural Glow.
I need women to know that you're not limited to anything other than living your life.
High fiber soda supports digestive health. Goodness inside.
And give you a whole lot of feel-good shit that ain't gonna work. There are alternatives. You just gotta look for the spiritual alternatives. Now, the first thing you want to do is want to get rid of these negative images. So first of all, you got to cut yourself off from the negative people like my homeboy rolled up. He rolled up the last 2 weeks. Yo, man, I'm trying to take y'all out to get something to eat. And he called my brother. Yo, man, I'm trying to take y'all out to get something to eat. I'm like, no, man, we be hiding from this Negro because we already know. The last time I went to get something to eat and stuff, I had to go overtime just to not come down with something. You see what I'm saying? Because that's how negative he is. You know, candles start burning black smoke. He goes to my brother's house, the babies, he stepped in the house, and he got some little boys. And next thing you know, they jump on, swinging off the light bulb and trying to kill each other. All because this Negro living in their house. So you got to cut yourself off from people like that. The second thing is you want to stuff? Did you go and get some? You got some yet? She got it. Yeah. Okay. After the tsunami, there's a whole lot of powerful energy, but there's some negative stuff and stuff. So we're down in there, this sister, you know, she get kind of Christian, but she knows her shit now. You know, speaking the Christian vernacular, I'm blessed, I'm this, I'm that. You know the whole 9 yards and stuff like that. You know, quoting scriptures while she wanking and stuff and reading out scriptures and stuff like that. But she knows her stuff. That's how you get the movie Lady Killers. When the Lady Killers, the Tom Hanks, and one of them Marlon Wayans and them. And they went to the old black woman's house and tried to drill through to her, to a tunnel, to a casino that they could go and steal out of the casino up under the ground and was in her house. And everything was going through until they decided to take her out. Everybody involved with that, when they tried to take that old black woman out, everybody involved ended up dying. Because she had a shrine in the house. She used to talk to her husband every day, who was this priest that died 20 years before her. But she had it all set up, and although she might have not known it, but then she was doing the rituals all the time. And when they put that old black woman, everybody in the movie died. Now here's white boy saying this, the Coen brothers, so what do they mean? They know what time it is, they know your power. So now, there's some stuff you can get this woman told us to get. Whatever it is, because we know you put it in your house now. Some people have hardwood floors. Some people, if you don't, I know a lot of you got carpet, but you got some space in your house, either your kitchen or your bathroom, or something where you can mop something. Just wherever you can mop some shit. You put this stuff, it's called Creolin, C-R-E-O-L-I-N, C-R-E-O-L-I-N. General purpose cleanser, cleaner. No, general purpose cleanser. 3 tablespoon lengths of quart. You can get a little small one, and you can go on the internet and get a big quart. But if they sell this stuff, I know they sell it in Botanica, the little places all around it. You can find this stuff right here in Chicago. You want to get it called Creolin, C-R-E-O-L-I-N. You put that in your house, and whatever's in there, it got to get out. We got hardwood floors, so it smells like damn permanent magic marker. And these spiritual people been burning sage. That shit don't work for them damn real deal negative spirits. That's all right for your body and stuff like that. But we talking, you got some real stuff to see. Some of these spirits you gotta understand. These things will make you sick and you don't understand why you coming down with things. Your body has the ability to cure and heal everything on the planet. Any kind of cancer, any kind of whatever. Any kind of government stuff they got out. Your body can heal any of that, but the environment is where it gets its force from. You see what I'm saying? And that environment can actually impede and intrude upon your spiritual vessel or the spiritual aura that gives off this particular energy. So when you put this Creole, we put this thing down, and the first thing started happening. A spirit turned over the candle. Spirit slammed the damn door. And our house is spiritual. We got one of the high-end aspects of the shit we be doing is spiritual. But that lets you know, if my house, which is a vessel for the spirit realm, the spirits come and dwell up in there, it just can happen to me. What do you think is going on in your cubby hole? See what I'm saying? That's why you people, say, I had a beautiful wedding. I don't know why it lasted for 2 months. Think about this. They got a poor person divorcing. Every 5 seconds, somebody's divorcing somewhere on the planet. Especially in European society, there's a divorce going on. Most people in European society, Western culture, gets married by some ritual that was given to them by the general Western culture. Now you think about this. You got a ritual that you got married up under there. 1,000 people sharing the same ritual, which is backwards. And you get your files and all this stuff in, and then you find out when your stuff, you either living in hell with the person. You know, some of you don't divorce, you just live in hell with the person. Or you know, it's like Sly Stone said, you know, I stayed with my girlfriend 6 years and got married and then stayed together for 6 months. It was because the ritual that he went through, which is backwards. Sperm travels up the fallopian tube and gets fertilized to eggs. Not the woman traveling up her own central system. It's backwards. But then again, you know, the European man always tried to copy the woman. You know, there's a lot of books on that. Even the Great Prophet Brother talks about that. Even Dion hits over in cultural unity on how, you know, they saw the women bleeding, and so the man would actually, the European man would actually cut himself down there so he could bleed every month. But you know, blood was everything. You know, they ain't called it bloody. You know, 90% of their people was bloody. You know, in caves and in barbarism. So therefore, you know, so the whole concept was to copy the woman. You see, so this marriage ritual, you see what I'm saying, is a reverse thing. That's your high-end scientists, your popes and your people in the Christian society to put together the general marriage for European society, where the woman travels up her own fallopian tube to fertilize her eggs. And the man is sitting up in there like he's the egg. You see what I'm saying? So the ritual is all backwards in the first place. That's why when these two temples get married, the people come out of the Horus temple, Heru's temple, the masculine temple, and they go into the feminine temple of gender. You see what I'm saying? And they unite these temples. That's in a book called The Daily Life of the Egyptian Gods. Meeks, Meeks. I know it's the last name of these two people. It's still in print. Y'all all right? Yeah. So now, when you put this crayola down, whatever it is has to get out of there. Then you want to take the spiritual bath. When I told you about the spiritual bath before, this is the new one you want to take. This is some stuff called, and it's made right here in Chicago. You might have heard of it. It's called Dr. Pryor's Son of Holy Spirit's Kiss on it. Bad boy. Did I hear that? Dr. Pryor's Son of Holy Spirit's Kiss on Bad boy. You want to get in? You want to take the spiritual bath with that? You see what I'm saying? After you clean your house. You know, after you clean your house. You know. Or another thing too, once you clean your house, try to take you some Celatine or some smooth lube or something and try to clean yourself out also. You know, so there's ways, but I want to put that stuff down. Y'all right? Okay, moving right along. Let me get my thing and we can go into the libation right quick. We can go into a libation. And then we can go into the information and what's really going on behind this thing that went down, which has nothing to really do. I'm not trying to explain to you why this guy went on a rampage and killed people. Now, we've been doing that for years. We're not talking about
Infinite possibilities. Kate's day.
Imagine you are like her. An injury can set you back, but your Houston Methodist team uses advanced treatment plans to keep you moving. That's the difference between practicing medicine and needing it for me. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Spaces. We can offer the Lakeland coffee table for just $2.50 because we work directly with.
There's just something special about Texas weekends. Something that makes us push a little harder.
that. What we're dealing with now at this particular time is I want to try to explain to you what's really going on behind that. What is behind that? And what is the government doing? You see what I'm saying? And what is the government doing? Yeah, so I usually feel a whole lot. You still on the tapes. stuff like that. People have to bring water on, toilet paper, whatever, paper napkins, but I like a sister in my life, so, which I'm not used to packing my bags and shit. She really done took pack my bags, pack my clothes, and she got the rag up in here and stuff like that. You would think that would be a servant. You know what I'm saying? She doing all this obedient stuff, and then we get in the supermarket, and a can of coconut milk somewhat falls out the basket and hit me on my big toe. So I look at her in pain, and I told her, you're supposed to take this little flap, with a child sitting, you're supposed to take this flap and put it up. So I kind of did it a little too hard. So you're supposed to take this flap and put it up. And she went off on a nigga up in the damn supermarket. I'm looking to say, it's the same way she went off on a nigga in the supermarket. Everybody, big time, everybody off from work, and everybody in the supermarket, see this girl go off on a nigga up in there and say, well, what can you do? You know what I'm saying? I get mad and go off on the damn guy that's checking it. He just don't have to be a guy that's the cashier. I would go off on this nigga because I can't say nothing to her. You know what I'm saying? And stuff, this little thing here I came out, I'm fucking around and cross on the roof, and I'm supposed to be doing now. So, it's like, she can do all this homework, but I can't say nothing to her now. You know what I'm saying? You never left that thing. And when I do, I have to slow down and preface myself on how I'm going to get this information out that I want to convey to her, because I know if I get the wrong emphasis on the wrong thing, she gonna go off on it. You see what I'm saying? And so, like they say, don't teach mama nothing. So that's that whole feminine thing and all that kind of thing. And clean up everything. Just clean up everything. I'm not used to having a bowl, eat out a bowl, and then the next minute later I go and look at the bowl is gone because she done took it in there and stuff. But I can't ever find shit though. That's the most amazing thing. Can't find nothing. So it's just, I'm still getting used to this thing after a year of somebody waiting on your hand and foot and all like that and all. But then again, on the other hand and stuff like that, I have to walk real quiet around that motherfucker too now. It's not a movie now. I have to walk real quiet, and I have to, have to slow down and say, after she done made it quite clear, you better not say shit to me about nothing. Now you can come and suggest that we can have a line of communication, we can negotiate, but it's like the slave master, you better mind your damn tone. So you have to make it go. Y'all alright? Alright, let's go into the libation right quick. And get a little bit of energy so we can go home and explain what's really going down. But just remember, this is not to give you this gloom and this dismal thing that you're supposed to be scared and run out of the country, you know what I'm saying, and go hide somewhere. Remember, the only reason why the white boy is giving up his affection is because he's in trouble. And he knows it. You see what I'm saying? They know the signs of their end before you, but they'll still build buildings and still tell you about the future and put you in a catechism of impossibility because they, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the way they rule. It'll never let you think that their time is up, but their time has been up. You see what I'm saying? Their time has been up. All right, so let's pour the libations. Let's give some of the images some, like I said, they don't want no water, they don't want no flowers, they want some juice. You know what I'm saying? They want some of this good stuff. This is Palo Viejo, which is real deal stuff, which is distributed. It's in Puerto Rico, but it's distributed right here in Illinois. So, this is good stuff.
say,
Olensu, Shumala, Teacher, Tiaja, Cheryl, Alcala, Maria, Capella, Lalila, he's in a lot of shades. Ista, Amanda, Namu, Mala, Ina, Chichi, Joe, the movie, hold on one minute, we're gonna get some things. We also access your Native American spirits. I talked about that the last time. That's very key at this particular time to make that bridge with the whole Native American thing also too. Mama Shara, Mama Tasha, Teoshka, Leona, Atia, Cynthia, Jenawita, Alata, Brenda, this is came from the sister right here in the front row. Artemis, right here in the front row. Devonna gave me these and all. And you got some spirit world and they panned out too. They also panned out too. There was one on here with the name of Artemis, and then when I got a reading, it said she was the form of that. You see what I'm saying also too. So this is how things go. We are the God's return. I'm going ahead of myself, but in actuality, you are not subordinate figures. As a matter of fact, a lot of you might feel lost because you don't realize that there is no one over you. A lot of you are the primordial entities, that are to return. And the people who study these ancient mythologies and the ancient.
The sweet sound.
Well, thank y'all. Appreciate it. Hope it helps. All right, have a good night. Oh, who is it? Hey, August. Sorry. The most expensive one that screams rich. Shout them and a gift. Dale. Yes, please. She feels nothing. You no longer have strength. Rebuke you in the name of creative all. No weapons formed against you will prosper. Nothing was heard about the kill. Oh, you talking crazy. All right. Love y'all. Have a good night. Bye.